All right, so this is the Georgia Planning Commission meeting, Tuesday, June 24th. We're here at the fire station for a public hearing for the new development regulations. And Doug is gonna give us a summary. Sorry.
Well, thank you for coming. As she said, this is the proposed development regulations. This is a public meeting for any changes that you want to see made, questions that you have, things that you want to go over. This has been a 2-year process. Sorry. This has been a 2-year process between the development regs and the new town plan that went in January. And the planning commissions worked diligently with Michael Allen, who just came off from regrowth grant planning, to present the document that's here tonight. So it's been 12 years since the last overhaul of the regulations. The town has had regulations since 1967. And the last regulations were put in 2013 with just a minor update for cannabis in 2020. So looking at what was done, looking at changes in growth needs for the town, post-COVID work habits, changes in commercial needs, have been the major driver was the changes in this document. So housing's been a main concern. House prices, as some of you may know, in Georgia are very high right now. They're almost twice the rest of Franklin County. Georgia's median income is typically higher than Chittenden County's. Our location of Chittenden County school choice has been a major growth factor for here with potential new growth coming. And that's why there's been a lot of the creation of the new smaller lot sizes, which is what is in these new regulations, will help increase density bonus to certain areas of the town, and may help renovate aging districts by allowing developers to reimagine these areas. Changing lot sizes also help protect land, as requirements for farmers, others to utilize their land as a revenue source would have less impact on the amount of land taken out of current use. And then also development around Route 7 104A, since these are both state highways, have less impact on the town than creating outside of those areas. So keeping most of that denser residential growth in areas out in the village along Route 7. The South Village, which was developed 20 years ago, really hasn't seen much change. There's a lot of development that's proposed for that area, but nothing out there yet has changed. So we're reducing the commercial needs out in that area from a 1-to-1 commercial. So for every square foot of residential, you needed a square foot of commercial. The commission is taking that down to a 1-to-4, so you'll need a quarter of the amount of commercial. Regulations, housing limits on the second floor. So it used to be only housing was allowed on the second floor in the South Village. That was, a lot of towns were doing that as a mixed use, figuring that people would, when people were at work, the businesses were open, when the businesses closed, people were home. Post-COVID working habits, that's all changed. So a lot of people now are working from home. There's a lot different life-work balance. So removing that portion of it and allowing first floor residential is part of that change. Smaller homes, hopefully more affordable homes. Creation of things like cottage courts, which are, we can explain more as we get into that. Cottage courts are kind of a smaller development of like 6 houses on an acre with a common courtyard that promotes smaller homes for affordable homes, first time home buyer type places. And then along with the state and regional planning commission has met with both the select board and the planning commission to discuss housing needs. For the future, they're looking at 300,000 to 400,000 homes just to meet the current demand. And with Georgia, they're wanting Georgia to build between 30 and 35 dwellings per year to meet this target. Last year, the town did 9, so far we're at 7. So we haven't been anywhere near 30 since like 1992 when Woods went in. So that's kind of the development that we're looking to try to get to. And then, like I said, the state's kind of pushing back that. And that also helps as well as school enrollment, which has been down quite a bit. We have the loss of parity coming, that's gonna increase our tax base here in town that we need to help offset. And so an increase in the grand list will help reduce that tax base. That's where I'm gonna leave it. So I guess at this point, you can open up discussion. We do have other changes, but any changes or discussion.
I just thought it looked like a very professional document that was prepared. I was very impressed with it. I haven't read it in extreme detail, but I have gone through it with a number of sections, and I thought it was very well done.
Anybody got a question, comment? Noah?
Yeah, the 10 acre lots to reduce the impacts costs. But where would these be going? Like,
I didn't really hear completely.
you were doing 10 acre lots specifically to reduce impacts. And I wanted, my question was impact to what specifically and.
There isn't really a 10 acre lot. We're reducing a lot of the lot acreage requirements, a lot of the districts got reduced. So where, and everything kind of got renamed too, so where there were some 2 acre lots, probably went to 1 acre lots. We have a new zoning district that's 1/4 acre lot out over in the South Village, what was the South Village area, which is now gonna be called the Village Core. But like currently the AR district, which is the majority of the town in this area, is staying at 5 acre lots in the proposed developments. And natural recreational areas are still at 20 acre lots currently in the proposed.
So natural recreational areas are up for development.
Well, they're 20 acre lots, but
It's
Hasn't
natural / recreational, it's two zones that we're now putting as one type of zone, but it's areas that, you know, have deer yards, you know, things like that we can protect, so, they're bigger lots so that we don't put housing developments in to those.
But would you that in some of the larger developments that's we're looking for the housing volume, your condos, your apartments, all that type of stuff? Do you have a larger lot for what you do?
It doesn't work that way, no. There are certain things allowed in each type of district. So, you know, in, say along the lake, there are certain types of businesses, certain types of housing that you can build there and certain types that you can't, because why would you want a gas station on the edge of the lake or, you know, things like that. So, each different type of residential building and business, you have to look down through the chart and say, oh, it's allowed in this district and this district, but not this other district. That's how you.
To that then is that since in the town plan development, so just along 4A, that does not get rezoned as industrial, and doesn't that also kind of block off the wildlife corridor to Arrowhead Lake?
So what's in the town plan was just a sort of this is areas that we could expand our districts, but the actual zoning map will be the one that's in the regulations here.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I know this was a lot of work. I wanted to just sort of think through, because the last time I looked, and I admit I'm seeing this rather late in the game. Mill River Road was in the agricultural area,
Mm-hmm.
and it now looks as though it is going to have on one side of the street commercial, and on the other side it is residential, which is more dense. And I'm just wondering when that changed. The last time I looked at the plan, I think it was in 2022.
So
And it was still agricultural, so I'm just wondering what.
that is new in this plan.
Yeah.
We have kind of maxed out our most of our business zone. And so we were looking to expand the business zone, and I know you called that commercial.
Or
But
put
it-
in for a subdivision 2 months signal.
Of commercial and residential business.
Sure.
But so St. Albans is
Yeah,
keeping
you know-
us. And so we figured that little end of Mill River Road north to the St. Albans line was a good place, you know, there's already some businesses there on the east side. So kind of expand that zone for more businesses.
Right, and you know, one of the concerns we have is, you know. I completely understand and sort of would support, you know, commercial uses along Route 7. I think, and it's very hard, you know, given the size of the map, but it looks like the commercial zone has gone, I think, past our property, which is, or to our property, which is at the crest of the hill. And, I think that's concerning to us from a point of view, you know, not only of changing the character of the neighborhood, but also the, you know, as anyone who lives on the River Road can attest, having more traffic coming up and down that road is not gonna be a very, you know, helpful or safe thing. So that's the concern. I would, you know, I would be more supportive of limiting the business to an area closer to Route 7 and the corner of Mill River Road. The other side of the street, it looks like residential, and I apologize because I really haven't had time to delve into the regulations concerning the uses of residential property versus the agricultural property. But we do have a farm.
So the residential is the next step down from the agricultural.
Right.
It's smaller lot sizes, and the reason that we went all the way down Mill River Road in the end was because there are already so many non-conforming lots on that road. Long time ago, somebody cut out a whole bunch of small lots, who knows when, before zoning existed or something. And so, it's not saying that you can't have farms there, it's just saying that a lot of those lots are already well under the 5 acre AR, you know, agricultural zone size. And so it makes them more conforming to have that be a smaller lot size in that zone.
Well, I guess I'm concerned, just like if somebody wanted to, you know, in the future, because our property, you know, I certainly believe that there are non-conforming lots, but I think most of the ones I'm familiar with are conforming, and I've just been trying to think through in my head, if we wanted to sell our property to somebody who's interested in continuing, you know, to have animals and things, is that going to be an issue for them? And also, I don't know if the change in the zoning, you know, which permits more dense development would have any impact on tax assessments and whatnot for the property.
I don't know the answer to that question.
I could tell you that houses are still allowed in the business district, so it can be housing as well. And most or all of the business uses allowed in the business district require a site plan review to go through the DRA.
Right.
And it's not like industries, like I think you're thinking like these big box stores and stuff, it's not that, that's not allowed there.
No, I'm more thinking, you know, stores, gas stations, things, you know, I don't think that would be, yeah, again, putting aside Route 7, I agree with you that St. Albans is coming towards us on Route 7.
There's a potential for a road to be built in St. Albans that's going to come down to the Georgia line, but on the lake side of Route 7. And that's why we have that big chunk instead of just a strip up Route 7, because if they start building an industrial park or whatever it is they wanna build with a road there, we could connect onto it. So it would alleviate traffic from all going on Mill River Road out to 7. There would be a, another way to get through. I don't know if that makes sense to you.
I'm not sure,
From the
I,
industrial park?
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
Just over, so just on the other side. in
Through the
St.
railroad
Albans,
track.
Well, in St. Albans from that blue section on Mill River they've changed that over to industrial, I think, now on their side. So it's, you have industrial to residential, that's why we looked at making that a business. Plus, if you remember back when we were doing the town plan, we wanted to do business up Route 7 to keep the business, and that was rejected by regional planning, so.
And this doesn't do anything as far as like
what you can do.
what you use your land for is agricultural. If you're in current use, it doesn't take you out of current use. If you're still able to be in it, it's still as an agricultural entity.
I appreciate that, but as you know too, if you have lots of people who have a nice backyard abutting your sheep farm, which is what we have, may not appreciate all the, what shall we say, the farm odors, et cetera. So it's better, to have agriculture with open land, I would say. And the other thing, again, and this is just based on my knowledge of our property on Mill River Road, is a lot of that land is sort of wetland. And so the idea that you're going to have, smaller lots, septic, is concerning to us with respect to the potential impact on groundwater. And, if the
And the other.
drainage,
Yeah.
if there is development in that area around us, so, and that's, I realize is a harder thing to quantify, and it's very site specific, but that I know from our experience that is the case in that area, so that's, for me, that's the concern with more density development along the, where you have residential there. And I'm assuming that what's now the business was that previously agricultural as well?
Yes, some of it was, yes, some of it was business.
And some of it was and I'm assuming the stuff that was business was closer to Route 7.
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
So I think, again, that would, that would be my suggestion, and I understand you guys have been spending a lot more time and brain power on this, and I apologize, because I haven't gone, having served on the planning commission in the past, I am very, very thankful for all the work that you're putting in, so I don't wanna overstate my case because I haven't really dug into the regulations, but those are my concerns.
Okay, thank you.
What types of businesses are we talking about?
Well, we can find out.
There's a whole section of.
In there.
Page 4.
Oh, I know what they are,
Oh, okay.
not everybody else.
Oh.
That's something.
We get it, yeah. All right, so adult daycare, childcare facility,
Ag business.
office, personal and professional services.
Right.
Right.
So you're talking like a lot of home business, not.
Right.
Yeah, smaller
Yeah.
business, they're traditionally used for the site plan, which means they have to go in front of the development review board. We're not bringing in a manufacturer, not to those.
We also have size limits on our buildings, so that sort of limits, it keeps businesses small because you can't build. Georgia Market is the max size, I believe, that we're allowing. So
Well, in that, yeah,
in that area, but most of the areas aren't bigger than that,
no.
unless you're in the industrial zone, so.
And along your development line, and the regulations all call for clustered housing. So if you had a larger lot size, the housing needs to be clustered, so in what we call a PUD. So you're talking small house lots with more open land. So 20% would have to be considered open land as part of that with the housing cluster. So you're maintaining that open land feeling, clustering the housing. So that's one of the other things, just to keep in mind when people are looking to develop this, but they need to be.
And when people go to the DRB with their plan to build, say, 7 houses on this. Piece of property and they have to leave some open land, we know that there's a farm next door. Chances are, we're gonna ask them to keep the open land next to the farm and not butt the houses up against your sheep pasture or whatever, there's some logic used by the board when they, Chuck, don't give me that look, you're on the board. If we know that there's an area that's used as a pass-through for wildlife, then we ask them to build away from that and leave that as part of their open land or whatever it is, so hopefully some of the other functions that are happening on the land can continue. And still have new houses. Yes, Fred?
You said that, it makes lots that are non-conforming conforming. What is the disadvantage, or why is that a big issue? Why is it a problem to be non-conforming in a zone if you're already pre-existing?
Well, they may not even be conforming, I don't know, but since there are so many small lots there already, it seemed like a logical place to allow more small lots.
Right, but being non-conforming doesn't change anything, so it's kind of like you just chose it
Because there's already a lot of small lots there.
right, but I mean, using the non-conforming, just, I don't know, this seems like it's
Well,
used.
it is a cost.
But
But it is a cost to the people who own the property there, because if they wanna do things on their property. They have to come in for a variance much of the time because the lots are too small to use the setbacks that are in that zone. So if there's a difference between 5-acre zoning and 2-acre zoning as far as setbacks are concerned. So that's a $500 meeting with the DRB to get a variance because you have a smaller non-conforming lot. If you wanna put a shed or an accessory structure.
so to her point then, basically, by changing the zoning, you're gonna have stuff closer to her farm now because your setbacks are less.
No, you're making that property that's already existing.
Well, no, I mean, you're talking about changing the zoning by her property, so to smaller lots. Which is then gonna make the setbacks less, so that houses can be closer to her property than they currently can be now.
But you're also allowing for those without having variance for those people to use the property that they currently own.
Yeah, but the variances are, I mean, variance doesn't cost that much.
$500 for the meeting.
My biggest issue is the Lake Shore district, the lakefront district. Why did you decide to go from 1-acre zone to half-acre zone? Because it seems like in the prior meeting, one of the 3 overarching things that people wanted in this town was they liked the small town feel. They wanted to protect farms and scenic views, and they liked the view and stuff from the shorefront, and it seems just changing from 1-acre zoning to half-acre zoning on the shorefront and cutting your setbacks to was 10 or 20 feet. It seems like from the lake, you're gonna look at house with little tiny bit of, like a tree.
Yeah,
That's what you got next.
A lot of those lots are small anyway, and there's a height limit on those houses on lakefront.
That's still gonna stay at 16 feet?
Unless you guys change it.
So how are you gonna be able to do a septic and water on the same lot? Because basically you're having 100-foot frontage.
Well, now all of them are the same lot. Some of those houses have shared septic across the road.
Well, I'm not talking about, I mean, basically you're talking about subdivision regulations, right? You're basically, or,
There's not much land left down there.
Yeah.
There's one lot I can think of that.
oh, there's a lot of land that's half, that you could divide into half-acre lots. All Pelletiers. Or,
On the lake.
it's 200 feet back.
Or
250?
Yeah,
My second question is it used to be 500 feet for that zone, so. What happens to the extra 250 feet? Now they have to do 2-acre zoning instead, so they lose density? But gain height?
still 500 feet.
Huh? No, it says 250 in the new regs,
There was L1 and L2 before.
right?
Now it's really view lake fronts.
right?
But still the end is at 500 feet
No, the new rate say 250.
for the lake, or lake view section, yes.
Not lakefront, it's
Or lake
no,
front,
lakefront.
sorry, lakefront. Yeah,
But-
yeah.
L1 was 500 feet.
But the housing, like the height limit and everything was still the same. There also was a lot of breakup between the more acreage you had, the more setbacks you had.
Well, I get that, but the zone was 500 feet, L1 was 500 feet back from the lake and you're changing it to 250.
Okay.
And my question is, if you're changing, which there again, if you go 500 feet back, there's a lot of land 500 feet back, then that would be half acre zone lots. But yet you can't put a well, a septic and a house on the same lot without taking away the neighbor's ability to do the same. Because you need 100-foot isolation distance around the well, so if your lot is 100 feet wide by 200 feet deep, you're all gotta be in the center of it, otherwise your isolation distance goes on the neighboring lot.
Well, if you can't get a state permit for a well and a septic, you can't build on it anyway unless you can get an easement on your neighbor's property, right? I mean, because the
It
state
is-
controls that.
It is very common for people's isolations to be on their neighbor's property. Very common.
Well, I get that, but my question is going to half acre lots, you're basically cutting half the property down, so it's like. The next, but if you have a half acre lot, and you put a well on one side of it, the next person can't do a half acre lot because their isolation distance for that well is gonna be basically taking up that whole half acre lot. Right?
There are lots right now that are impeded by other people's isolations, so they can't do what they thought they could do on their lots. We don't control that, the state does.
I know that, but I mean, your regulations, to me, should take that into account. Yeah.
But I think it's at the lake front, it's half acre, but lake view is 2 acre minimum lot size.
Yes,
That makes a difference, what he's trying to communicate.
and I do think a lot of those people in the tiny lots along the lake have their septic and or their water on somebody else's lot. There are plenty of people in other parts of town that have their septic and or water on somebody else's lot. It's not uncommon.
Something else again.
Yes,
Hi, Evan James, I'm currently developing a accessory dwellings on the lakefront zone. And we have many of those issues we're just talking about, across the road septic, and we've got a well, and we figured out how to make it work within our small lot, which has meant that our footprint is to be 500 square feet, although we go up to 1,200 feet under the statutes. We don't have the room, and we can't make that, we can't eke it out to any other footprint that we found. So, and we're in a district of a bunch of older houses that some are not conforming with the height and lot sizes. So we're kind of gonna roll residential, really pretty kind of, I don't know, I think the lakefront view of like the little camp things is kind of picturesque, like I grew up in Franklin. So I saw some of that, but we're trying to make the best housing that we can, and so in our early stages of development here, we have a fixed footprint, but we are inquiring of the town and the board about the height limitations to these buildings. And the reason that I asked is because we've done some computer modeling of what this house might look like. And if we were to fit like a 7-foot story on the first floor, we could fit maybe an attic in the second story at best, using a conventional gabled roof, which is our plan. With other modeling, we looked at using a flat roof and fitting 2 7-foot tall stories within the 16-foot. And it can be done, it's a 7-foot story, it's a tight fit, and you have to do the flat roof top. So I also want to commend the town for having put together this this document, which is lengthy and informative, and I like how you outlined the priorities for the different zones, the lakefront, the lakeview zones. The slope of our land varies from like 25% to 8%, kind of at a minimum. It's a pretty steeply sloping area. And behind us in the Lakeview area, it's some of it's agricultural. It's not like a view that want to break up. So we want to ask of the town to consider allowing some of the buildings maybe on the west side of Georgia Shore Road in the lakefront region to be up to maybe 20 feet high. To allow us to make our floors maybe instead of a 7-foot story, maybe 7 and 8 foot rooms. And possibly fit a second story on the top floor so that we can make the most value for our home office and our pretty small living quarters out of the opportunity that we have here. So I wanted to propose the 20-foot conditional kind of height limit with possibly a condition of visibility, like a visual line of sight test. Similar to like in New York City when they're testing like the skyscrapers, will they cast a shadow that will leave a whole existing block in the dark for a whole season in the winter. I propose a similar test of like a visual line of sight to protect the view, like you're saying, so you don't have development going all up the hill from as viewed from the lake, and that you have rooftop over rooftop view of the lake from the hill site development. And we do this, I propose this in the interest of, you know, making a more habitable structure, because, you know, it gets hot real quick in a 7-foot story, 7-foot room, right? Where you have these nice 10-foot ceilings, is a little more capacity, a little more air. So just in the interest of building better buildings where they can be built in these existing neighborhoods, I wanted to, and on behalf of my family of choice, I wanted to bring our interests to the table here at this moment, and to open up for discussion to hear about the possibility and the rationale for the 16-foot line, 16-foot height limit as it is in this district. And I would take your comment, take your feedback, if you have any, and about what are the costs and benefits in the zoning board's opinion and the other people's opinion about the 16-foot rule and height rule in the lakefront.
Right, I wanna add to that a little bit. Can I get a little bit of clarity what the 16-foot height rule is? Because before down, when we were having a conversation, we're talking about the west side of Georgia Shore Road, the east side of Georgia Shore Road, then this 250-foot setback. What is the height requirements of what are we going for that?
So currently, in the proposed regs, it's the 16-foot is up to the 250 marker.
Okay.
So anything up to the 250 marker, it has that 16-foot setback. It used to be, prior to that, it was at 200, and then at 200 it went up one level, and then it went up another level. I forget exactly if it was, and the 250, I think it went up to the next level, if I remember correctly. So this way now it's just at the 250 mark, it's 16 foot to the 250 mark. Okay,
So
also
that's
one
on
side,
east
east
or
shore
west
protection.
of Georgia Shore Road.
That is right, irrelevant.
Okay, alright, perfect.
Yeah, that was a topic of discussion, but yes. We do have one from online.
Oh, I want to talk to this guy for a
Yeah,
minute.
get right ahead.
Is your lot a standard, I don't know, how big is your lot?
I believe it's between 1/2 and 1 acre.
So I commend you on trying to build something that fits a lot as opposed to just trying to max out the lot, which is what a lot of builders do. They don't care if they can't fit parking, if they can't fit their septic or their water or whatever, and they just build the biggest thing that they can build. And that's part of why we have that, because you would just have these monster buildings down there. You know, without that restriction, the 16 feet was around before I started, as far as I know, on the board. But it's, you know, you're working with a lot of land that's all different heights, so 16 feet on one lot looks different than 16 feet on another lot, obviously. And I think that was just a mean measurement that they came up with that sort of kept the roofs so that you still could see the lake to and from the lake. I don't know where else that came from.
I would guess for every one person who would like higher buildings on the lakefront, there's several people who would say, no, keep them low, because everybody wants to see the lake. And I think the idea of the 16 foot is basically gives you the option.
What if there's nobody behind you? And there is no view.
That's why I would.
But it's to
Yeah.
and from the lake, so if the people on the lake are enjoying the farm fields, if that's what he's got behind
Okay,
him.
to and from.
Right,
Okay.
then it's just as important as the house on the other side that wants to see it.
That's why I would support an idea of, case by case basis.
Yeah.
Depending on what's behind you and in front of you.
So we built in a relative depression in the topography, which is steep, and then it's kind of shallow, and then it goes steep up again. And we built on the shallower part of it, so that, I wanted to just get your feedback about like a visual line of sight type of test.
Yeah,
Is there any?
I like that idea. I'm not sure how well that's gonna work as far as, I don't know what the technology is as far as putting that together and
I don't know if we could write some regs like that, but I think you could apply for variance, right? I mean,
It's not, wouldn't be a variance for it.
there's no variance if it's situation.
Yeah.
I think Brian has something.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What's that?
You got somebody waiting.
Oh,
Well,
but is he commenting on the same thing, or?
Yeah, I'm commenting on the same thing, but
Oh.
if you wanna take that.
well, I would just keep that discussion, because this.
I think this is a new,
discussion.
this is a new topic.
Yeah, this is a different topic, so. if you want to-
I think that the 16 foot mark is kind of an obsolete mark now. You go down through and you'll see all over the place down there.
Over 16? Oh, yeah.
Okay, so saying that, since you've been on the board, it's been 16 feet, I don't dismiss that, but at some point in time, we were at, houses being built down there, or, well, they were houses when they were being built, because they went up higher. And most of Georgia Shore slopes up on the east side. So if you're building with your setbacks, you're already above the line where you're gonna be able to see water, so I see no reason that height restriction shouldn't be just moved to the normal 35 feet. And that gives you a 2-story building or a camp. It's gonna raise your grand list. It's gonna allow people who pay the taxes down there at a high rate do what they would like to do with their property. And I'm a big proponent that if you've been paying taxes on your property and you want to do something with your property, that zoning is a stranglehold for people. And I understand we have to have it in a certain extent, but it also is taking away dollars and cents from people right out of the barrel. Agriculturally, if years ago, we had decided that, the state hadn't in their infinite wisdom said, we're gonna, 10 acres, you can get away from septic and you can just sell a lot. We would have more agricultural land in the state right now, because then a farmer would have been able to get rid of a little 3-acre plot that would have put houses on it instead of 10 acres of land. And he would have been able to keep the rest of it. What's happening with farms in this state is in the farmland. I mean, Fred, you brought up a good point. Farmscape, you wanna keep them. That's not gonna happen if you can't keep farmers. Not gonna happen if you can't keep people that can work that land.
I know, and I just wanted to, as an aside, because, we have a lot of young people who, you know, we're getting on, but we have people who are very interested in just coming and seeing what our small farm looks like, and they're very interested these days, as I think a lot of people are with, you know, kind of having your own little, local food supply, and, I think it is, you know, something for the planning commission to consider, you know, and how can you help sort of enable, because it's, as we all know, it's really hard right now with land prices and everything else for people who want to kind of keep that tradition and keep that sort of farmscape going, which isn't a giant dairy farm or something, you know what I mean? So I think that's
And just
something for you folks to consider.
to jump back 50, 60 years ago, all these little non-conforming lots that you are talking about down Route 7 and stuff, they're all agricultural. And it was because one year was bad for a farmer and they needed some money. So they said, all right, we can do zoning, so they slapped off an acre, they sold it to somebody so that they could make it through the year. And, you know, the more that we require the farmscapes to sell off larger amounts of acreages instead of smaller amounts of acreages, we defeat the purpose of keeping farmscapes. And you will eventually run out of it.
You have an online question? Can you explain the purpose of making Georgia Center a business hamlet? What will that do to the town? There is one business in this zone and the rest is residential. Why not keep it residential?
That wasn't our choice.
Well, there was more than one business. You got the storage,
storage units.
tile business down there, and I don't know how you classify the town garage as salt shed, but that's certainly not residential.
Right. Originally, that came about as part of the town plan.
Yeah.
And originally that was, the discussion was to create that business zone that went up Route 7.
Yeah.
And we were, that didn't go through regional planning, so regional planning came back, we worked with regional planning and created business hamlet in this area, which was allowable for them, so it created this area so that it could be business here.
That was something that they kind of
They really
advocated,
pushed for it.
yeah, and almost, didn't they say they wouldn't approve our town plan?
Yeah,
Yes.
we're kind of at an impasse.
They were not.
Yeah, so you didn't have much choice, and how far, I don't think, it doesn't go down, that far, does it? Or-
It goes down Plains, and up to Reynolds, just past Reynolds,
It goes down Plains to what, Patty Hill?
Patty Hill.
Patty Hill, not
Yeah.
right.
So it kind of incorporates
Yeah.
the town, the storage units,
Yeah.
you know, that, we try to pick up those as part of that. When
Yeah.
it was being-
Yeah, because I remember at the time we were talking about it in the town plan, it didn't make any sense, but Northwest Regional Planning insisted on that to approve our town plan.
Right. And moving forward in their regional plan moving forward, they're pushing that as one of our village centers.
Right.
So there'll be some perks to developers in that area
Correct.
through the state. Does that answer your question? Jana?
Sorry, I was typing. So I think that the question between all of the neighbors in this area has been, what does that mean? Because in the packet for tonight, it said that it would require sidewalks on both sides of Route 7. So is this going to be a sidewalk on both sides of Route 7 that leads to nowhere, like we have over by Georgia Market, that is completely useless? Or is this going to be useful? Because there's houses that are built right up on Route 7, and that would require either the sidewalks being really, really close to Route 7, kind of voiding the whole safety thing, or being skirted around people's houses because of the older regulations when those houses were built. And I think that that's the biggest concern that all of those neighbors in the area have.
I don't see how you can put sidewalks on Route 7, if you're gonna stay right away, how are you gonna?
They can't be the same right away.
They can be in the state right
I
away,
thought
but
they
then
couldn't be in the
No,
state.
they can be.
they can be, but then the town becomes partial owner.
Yes, the town, yes, you're right. The town is partial.
Because we apply with the homeowner.
Right. And they have different standards than we do for sidewalks, which is why the sidewalks are different right now over by Georgia Market.
So then people on that side of the road are gonna get sidewalks with or without their consent.
If that is something, so this, the whole sidewalk issue, as we've talked
That's on
about,
my list.
you guys need to, you five, and you guys need to have that discussion around sidewalks, 'cause that is a big discussion that needs to happen.
Well, you can't put them on this side of the road, you got the ditches, right? Unless you fill the ditches and.
You'd have to.
It's possible, anything is possible, like other towns have
Anything's
done it.
possible.
I mean, look at Fairfax, look at Milton, they put sidewalks everywhere and they used to have ditches.
Village.
They used to have ditches in some of the places, they even have a guardrail in one place and they built the sidewalk on the backside of the guardrail, so. They came up with creative ways to do it.
The sidewalk don't go in though unless businesses go in, right? I say, it's
Well,
fine
for
for
us, right
Right.
now.
right, we don't
So
have
that-
to put
When
sidewalks in.
she's saying the sidewalks to nowhere, it's because when a business develops or a PUD comes in, they have to put a sidewalk in currently, and that's why we have sections of sidewalk built. They're not sidewalks to nowhere, they're just sidewalks
Well, currently.
that are built and other sections haven't been built to
Yeah.
connect them.
If the boat property gets built, then you'll get.
That will all have sidewalks, that will have a whole
Yeah.
road system with sidewalks.
Sidewalks
The
in
whole road.
progress.
Over
Yeah,
on South-
I look at it more as sidewalks in progress than sidewalks to nowhere, but. Kevin,
Can we take a look at the sidewalk language? It's confusing to me about sidewalk on both sides of the road.
what page are you on?
Well, I think it's on, Kevin, let me answer for you. It's almost in every, if you look at 2-9. So I have a question about why is Sodom Road excluded from this?
Because there's only a very short section of Sodom Road that's in that zone, and so it didn't make sense to have a sidewalk that you're going to an intersection on Sandy Birch and then have a little section of sidewalk that would go to nowhere because sidewalks aren't included on Sodom Road, because the rest of that is a different zone. That's why it's not, I would be surprised if it's an eighth of a mile. It's a very short stretch of Sodom Road that falls in that zone.
So again, my question is, it seems obvious to me about this doesn't seem clear in your new document about how you're saying the sidewalks on both sides of the road, just seems open to. look at it one way or the
Misinterpretation?
other.
Okay, we'll look at
So
that.
that's the first thing.
Yeah.
I could go on here for a bit. You wanna?
Yeah, let me just, because I had a,
a.
yeah, so from when you mentioned that to me earlier, I had a conversation with Michael. And that was something that was kind of highlighted in his area. And looking at changing that language to only both sides of a state highway. Which would be Route 7, 104A. Where I think that was where the thought was both sides of the state highway, not both sides of, because it's not both sides of a private road.
Right,
So that was and it's not both sides of like Ballard Road of the discussions. So is it just state highways? Was that the intent? And that's where our language got messed up.
I thought it was both sides of Ballard,
What
both
page are you
sides
on?
of Sandy Birch. Currently,
Well, we discussed only one side of Ballard, that's why I was looking at that. Because there's only been one side of Ballard that's been discussed.
I know because the other side's all developed, so those people start doing something, none of that's going to be built. One side was easy as opposed to the other side.
So in the South Village, clarify for me, is it both sides like the regulations in the proposed documents
It's
say?
both sides of town road, one side private,
So it is both sides of Ballard Road.
yes.
So under these new regulations, if somebody comes to propose something, if I wanna get into these new regulations for my project on Ballard. I am to put sidewalks on somebody else's property across the road,
No,
it doesn't state that in the.
so that's where your gray area is, that's
Yeah.
part, okay,
It's just simple
Okay.
stuff.
all right, that makes sense. I can understand why you're.
Do you wanna crunch through any of the other things so I don't go over duplicate or?
Oh, for today.
My stuff's mostly South Village.
Yeah, so a couple here, just on 228, there is a map, of Village Core, which. That changed at some point on page 228. It's actually, yeah. It was good remember. So there were roads put in that I know, I didn't see this afterward, and I know the original map. The road, like Alpha Valley Road came down, and then where New Road, if you took a right, you came down to where New Road says, it would come straight across, like where the E's are in Village Core. That would get you outside of any wetland areas, so the back section of that road doesn't work, because that's all wetland back in there. So I don't know where, didn't catch that change, I don't know when that happened.
But didn't Ray start a road? Over on 104A?
He's back
Yeah,
to the church.
no, I'm over by the church.
Oh,
You're over on the other
there's
side.
2 new roads, you were confusing me.
Yes,
There's
well,
three
there's
new
3 new roads.
That's so there are.
Originally, we only had 2 new roads, and somehow a third popped. So,
Doug, if it helps, do you want me to share my screen as far as?
yes,
like,
if you
my
could,
notes?
yes, Michael, thank you.
Okay.
I need to make you a co-host.
Okay, hopefully I'm sharing the correct screen here. I can never tell. So this is a note I've made on my copy here. In earlier discussions with the Planning Commission, we had talked about taking some of these roads out because they were no longer feasible, and I had done so. And then in a follow-up meeting, we talked about trying to put some of them back. But as I understood it, they had asked to cut across here and then bend around to see if we could meet back up with 104A. So I had drawn it this way following property lines. It sounds like because of the wetlands in the area, we need to do something, if it's possible at all, to connect to 104A. I don't know, but just conceptually, it would be something closer to this. Is that correct, Doug?
No, I'd have to start at the other D and go straight across.
Oh, this.
Yeah, it would have to come straight across there and down to bypass the wetlands are this whole area back in here.
Wow. Well, that significantly cuts things up, doesn't it?
Right.
Oh.
Yeah, well, and there was a plan, there was an old document from the South Village that showed the new road structure, and there were 2 roads, just like he just had right there pictured.
Right.
But the back road can't be done because of the wetlands in that area currently.
And are those proposed private roads?
They're not.
We gotta talk. I don't know how to do it.
It's not really a proposed road, it is a proposed idea. So I guess if a developer was coming in, that's kind of where we would want to see them. They would have to create a road in order to meet the setback requirements in the village. So you have a max setback of 16 feet. You're not gonna put a house 7 feet out from 7. You're gonna create another road through that you're gonna then use that road for that 16-foot setback. So what we're looking at is how to connect those. This section here is actually a town road.
Yeah.
So that was approved as a town road.
That's a right of way, it's not actually a road.
It's actually a town
Yes, it
road.
is a town
When
road.
does that get?
I got
Well,
approved.
there's an irrevocable offer dedication. It's not, you're not town road, town
Yeah.
maintained, however, there's a
Yeah,
offer dedication.
so that went through.
Yeah, it's
back when that development.
Okay.
The problem is what do you connect it to? Because once we got the wetland delineation on this, it kind of messed with the rest of the road. And so the thought here is maybe you can bring it up, come down and go across. But once again, these are just thoughts. They're kind of plans that we'd like to see, but if it's feasible, you don't know until you actually start seeing, everybody does the engineering on it and you see what comes back, if it's feasible.
Right, because right now the town isn't taking over any roads.
Yes, there is some agreement on that portion of that road. And then this road here, there's a right of way to 104A. Michael, you keep clicking off them.
Oh, sorry.
Going right across?
Right, so that would be Ballard Road coming across. This is in the current plan that was brought to the DRB from the developer that would eventually connect to this right of way that would continue all the way over to 104A. So this.
And there's no wetlands there,
There's nothing.
and it would still be a private road, not maintained by the town.
Well, that's all.
That's all, yeah, you know, they would have to go through the process. I mean, currently it would be developed as a private road, but I think that, a road like that might be coming to a select board to be looking at for.
So we're gonna be able to day 76 standards and.
It would be built at 76 standards, all of that, yes.
Got it.
So I could probably speak more at the beginning of that road as opposed to the church parking, through the
Yeah,
church
yeah.
parking lots. It was given in the church's approval. The land was given to the town for a road. Through my approval process, the town asked me to build the road. Down the road from, down the calendars from there, wetland delineation was done on the Fairbanks property. That road is gonna deadhead into a wetland. I don't know why the town will want a road. The church, it'll serve the church good for a parking lot, I guess, because it's not gonna go anywhere until you guys, as a town, as a municipality, work with A&R to try to see how you can put a road through the wetland, which we're.
But your proposed development was going to attach to that so that you would have circular flow on your
Correct,
property.
but as I've said to many people here at the town, the delineation on the Fairbanks property now has created a wetland buffer from the Fairbanks property onto mine, 50 feet. Okay, so that's all good stuff for us at a later date to sit down and kind of crunch through, maybe with somebody from the state there. It's not really on my list of questions for tonight, but I figured I'd clarify the road thing a little bit. Doug, you did see, and Regrowth had an old plan up. At one point in time, in 2019, we all met at the library and somebody drew a road through the middle of my property in error, if you remember that. And that's the road you're thinking of, Doug, that was the other road.
That came down this way.
No, it
No.
went from Ballard Road.
Oh, straight
Behind the
across.
hospital,
Yeah.
straight
Yeah.
across.
Yeah.
That was that got everybody confused for a short period of time, but we got unconfused. I think that was a regional planning mistake that they did. And, you want me to keep going or give somebody else a floor for a minute?
Go ahead. Oh, I've got questions online as well.
I have a question. So, because that lane was given to the town, it created another way to enter Route 7. So you've got 3 intersections from the Ballard Road, 104A. Now, is that gonna be a cluster? Because in my eyes, it looks like you're dumping a lot of traffic into a short area. And potential problems with 3 intersections.
Yeah, this part here would go away.
The only part that was given to the town is from Ballard Road up to the first, where it says new road intersection.
Beyond that,
Just
really shouldn't be on there.
Really, just a short section. Well, all the rest of it's,
Right.
wishful thinking.
And a lot of the students, V-Trans has come back and has had some, in a conversation we've had with V-Trans about what they would like to see. I know they really would like to see this go through. They get that this road here would definitely be beneficial. V-Trans would be in favor of having that as the road cuts, anything that happens as far as a road cut in on Route 7 or 104A has to be V-Trans. They have full control of where this stuff happens and what happens, so. So we haven't met one from Ken. Where'd she go? There we go. Kim, go ahead and ask your question. You're muted right now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I own the property, my husband and I own the property. It's, as we discussed it, it's kind of like a Tetris piece. So we own KA Hair Designs, and it kind of goes behind the bank. So it's kind of like a letter Z. And when I'm looking at this map, you guys are just taking over my whole property. So I don't want a road that's going to divide my property into two. I don't want to lose my Route 7 cut out. And from this, either I'm very confused, or I'm just feeling like I like after 25 years of being in business in this town, it doesn't matter. I'm not feeling the love from Georgia, thinking that you guys are proposing things that you didn't come and say, hey, we're thinking about taking your driveway away, or this is my home, this is where we live, our child lives here, and you guys want to put a road right adjacent to around our whole land. So I guess I'm just unclear of why this would, what is the purpose of a road like I heard, I think it was Kevin that was speaking, from Kevin's property to Route 104A. I mean, did you guys see the accident today? It's not going to solve anything. It's just going to create more issues.
All right.
I mean, and by the way, my well, everything is out in the back. So you're cutting us off in the woods.
So we're not
Michael,
going to build that road through your property. It's just someday in the future, it would be nice if this developed as a village to have multiple routes to get around between properties without going onto Route 7 and off of Route 7 and onto Route 7 and off of Route 7 to get from property to property. So we need some linkage. As you can see, we've had the village core for 20 years and we haven't gotten too far. So I think your child will be full grown and living in another place long before that road comes to be, if it ever does. But this is just when people are developing the properties around there, like where could we ask them to leave place for a road that might someday connect? I don't know if you've noticed on 104A, Ray built a garage to store stuff for his store and he started a road. Have you seen that?
it's just, you're muted right now, Ken.
But, that's a potential road that could someday link over to the Bove property. And that's why he built it. We asked him to leave that right away for future development, and he was willing to do it. So we're not taking your property. We're not going to build a road anytime soon. It's just ideas of where could we put a road that would make sense. And the state likes intersections that are four-way intersections, not offset by 50 feet, not zigzag, weird angles. Nice square intersections work well for traffic flow. So that's why we wanted to come out right across from 104A.
Right, but you're talking my property. Nobody considered that, hey, Kim, would you like this road right here? This is my business. I don't want all this confusion on this piece of property. And it's like, I don't
Like
care
I
if my
said,
grandson
it won't be built until probably that property goes up for sale and somebody wants to do something with it, then we will ask them for that right away. We're not gonna come and take it from you.
Well, you can't, so I get that.
If it helps to address Kim's concern, I was just trying to point out that road's been conceptualized since the Georgia South Village Core plan from 2009. We're just carrying that idea forward in this new document. I was just trying to show this right here. That road was conceptualized, this same road was conceptualized in that plan from 2009. We're just carrying it through. It's not something we just randomly created just now. So hopefully, Kim, that will help to address some of your concern.
Michael, can you go to that map on there?
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out which page. I had it on my other screen.
Page 30 is the map I was looking at, I believe.
Okay, thank you. 30 in this document?
I think so.
I don't know if it goes that far.
No.
Oh.
Oh, wait, here it is. So, I'll try and zoom in here. I got two different things here. So Ballard Road's down here. This is the new road conceptualized. And then it's just for comparisons. That's the road, and then it originally talked about continuing 104A through and then down, like kind of like I had been trying to show here, but obviously since we just discussed the wetlands in that area make that more difficult. So the idea is, as Susanna said, we're trying to build more of a grid connection, so you don't always have to be on Route 7 for everything. You can take some alternate routes. That's the long-term plan. So
Just drove the price of my properties down.
So it's
You know, you're taking value off my property if you do this.
Next person has to buy it. Then
You know, it's just, it doesn't make any sense from any of these views. And I was at the previous meetings and about the Rotary and all of that. And I've actually spoken with Suzanne about because she wanted to take my cutout on Route 7 off and give us a right of way at the People's Bank. And we're like, that's not happening. And so it just disturbs me that this is.
I think this piece of property is something, just Swiss cheese. I'll use it any which way I want.
It's ours. We're proud of our property. I'm proud of being a business owner in our small town. I love Georgia. I bring a lot of outside business to this town. I don't service a lot of Georgia people, and people love this town as well. And I want the development. I want to see this city grow, this little town grow. But I don't want my property cut up into pieces. I don't want a major road on either side of my property.
Okay.
Nor would any of you guys.
This would only happen with the property owner's consent. The idea is if we put this into a map now, as this area develops, if the property owners are interested in doing this to have other access to their property,
Right.
then they
We're not consenting.
And then you don't have anything to worry about because it would only happen with your consent.
Okay, great.
Okay.
But if I go to sell this property, the previous lady that was talking,
Suzanne
said, if with the property sells, we will go to the new owners and ask for this leeway permission, whatever it is, take your property, whatever you want to put it. So that's gonna, with them knowing that, when I go to sell my property, how is that gonna affect what I can sell it for?
Well, it would
Well,
probably
you
help
can
you
sell your
because
property as what it is right now, and it can stay that way, and that's fine. But if somebody buys your property with the idea that they're going to do something different there, build more buildings, change something, then they have to come before the board, and that's when the board would do the ask of, so we have this idea and we can work with you and your plan. You are in the South Village, so single-family homes are going to become a rarity as the village develops.
We would just like to please keep posted. You need to keep us in the plans of all this to find out. Because we're just feeling we're not, like my husband just said, we're not being heard. And it's just disturbing, I guess. That's all I can say. Thank you.
I'm sorry you feel that way, because we have no intention of changing your property at this time.
I know you can't change my property at this time. It's in the future when I try to sell it, the price that I can ask for it when someone knows that this might be happening to them. That's what I'm getting at.
Well,
I think you can
this would
only
give
get you with
you
their permission though.
Right.
would give
There's
you
no
more
There's not going
flexibility.
to be a lien on your property or anything, so.
No, we
Well,
know
the
that.
last time I met you up at the library, you told me you were gonna take my cutout on Route 7 and make me go through the bank's parking lot to get to my property. So I really don't have a whole lot of trust in you, confidence maybe. I don't know how to put it, but that's what you told me at that meeting, and I had to walk away
So
because I was pretty pissed off.
the meeting at the library was a state meeting about the intersection, I
I
believe.
know, but it's what you said to me when that subject came up. So that's all I'm saying. My trust in you, my confidence in you. I mean, you're telling me one thing. I know what you told me that night, and you said it like it should happen, and I should just accept it.
Hey, Brad.
Yes.
This this is just conceptual, and if you sold your property, let's say to John Smith. John Smith gets the property. He sold it as you want it to be sold, and he doesn't have to do anything to it. And he would still be in the same boat as you are right now. Nobody's gonna take your property, nobody can grab it and say we're putting a road in and all of that jazz. He would, whoever you sold it to would still have that option of doing that. What they're saying is that if they came before the board and they were going to do something with the property afterwards, they would just ask, hey, would this be advantageous to you if we did this? It could increase the price on your property, actually.
The same concept.
Doubt it, but
Just kind of like, wow, I don't know.
The same concept as being old property where, that new road that kind of curves up and goes over towards 104A. During the discussions with them on how they were creating their development, that was what was presented to them is, we really would like to see that connected because that's where the right of way is over there. And they had no problem in making that road do that curve, and they worked around that. So, but it was an ask of, hey, this is what we'd like to see. This is kind of the future idea of what we want to happen.
Well, a developer is gonna look differently at a piece of property than a single family residence.
Right.
Right. And there could be that.
Can I make a recommendation, folks, to the planning commission and those listening? We had a lot of debate about this map back when we were doing some more of the edits. Would anybody be against we remove this map and we just add some language to the zoning that says, as the village core develops, the planning commission and so forth should look to create a grid of side roads and other connections as worked with the owners and wetlands and so forth, and just give us flexibility without drawing anything specific on the map, which is, sometimes discerning to people who see lines on a map near their property and it causes them concern. What would folks feel about that?
I like it.
I agree.
I agree.
Great.
Because anybody that wants to propose is gonna have to present a plan to the DRB.
Right.
So why create the controversy? Just let a developer come up with a plan and you guys can either.
Well, you have this in the back
Thumbs
seat
up or thumbs
that
down.
you're
Get rid of the
use
map.
anyway.
We'll have to pull it out,
Yeah.
they can't do it.
Gentlemen,
Oh, man.
That wasn't entirely what I was getting at, Doug, about our things that we discussed. It was more about, no first floor residential, did you get those changes?
First floor residential, yeah, so that's. Page 3,
But trouble.
there's 2 footnotes at the bottom of that document for single family housing in the village core, which contradicts what we have in the land use. Somehow it was highlighted it was highlighted to be corrected in one of the documents, and I think it got missed.
Yes, that's I'll take the blame on that one. That was something that I was supposed to fix and I glitched it, so.
So we just need to correct those 2 footnotes to actually align with what we have for the South Village, which will be allowing residential on the first floor.
Thank you for
Yeah.
continuing on.
Yeah, I do have an online one as well, so just. Which will be one,
online.
okay. Has there been a study or assessment of the need of sidewalks in comparative to the lack of walkability of this town? What is the intended purpose of them? And then who is responsible for care of the newly created green belt created by sidewalk and care of the sidewalk itself in winter?
All very good questions.
Great questions.
But we haven't figured all that out.
There is not done a sidewalk study to my knowledge.
No.
For the whole South Village.
Many years ago,
Well, there was
in the.
a plan made, but not a feasibility study that I know of.
Yeah, I don't know.
There was a plan, that plan document was made, but
The bike and pedestrian document.
yeah, but there wasn't really it didn't incorporate everybody it should have to the kind of feasibility study.
Can I recommend that this feasibility study include all of the areas that you're looking at putting sidewalks in these main parts of town? Because if we're looking at putting them in this new business hamlet in Georgia Center, I think that it would be, one, really important to include the people whose properties it's going to impact in this feasibility study. Seeing how often even the roads are used for biking and for walking to school, because we've got a school bus system. Making sure that there's very clear expectations around who is caring for that green belt and who is plowing the sidewalks in the winter. If that's even an option, because there's a lot of elderly folks that live along Route 7 and can't care for those sidewalks. And there's also some people that are saying, if you want to put a sidewalk in, you can take care of it. You can buy the snow plow and take care of that. So I think that there needs to be like a really open and honest discussion about what this is going to look like for anyone that's impacted, whether it's South Village, whether it's Georgia Center. But it's a pretty big discussion, and I know that this has come in waves and gone back and forth over the years, and it never follows through. But if this seems like it's becoming more of a reality, it would be really important for the town to include the community members that this directly impacts, plus everyone that would use it.
So Jana, this is Christina Senna. So you raised valid points that I've had concerns about as a member of the select board. Because currently our sidewalk ordinance says the person whose property is on shall maintain the sidewalk. So that has been a significant concern of mine. And build it.
So if it's in the town right away, the town maintains it.
Nope, not according to our sidewalk ordinance. It is up
And
to
that's
the
exactly what I'm getting at, because I
I
know
read
that
it.
there's times when my driveway isn't taken care of in a timely manner. And are there going to be fines imposed for someone who doesn't even want a sidewalk on Route 7? You know, like, what are the consequences going to be for that? Is it something that I want to take on? Is it something that I'm going to have to pay an extra fee every year if the town's going to have to buy a plow? Like, just a lot of the logistical things I think would be really important to sort out before moving forward with any of it.
Right, so that's where I think our concern from the select board has been as far as who's gonna maintain it. So if something happens, there's a divot, someone trips, well, is that the landowner's responsibility? They're the ones getting sued? Is it the town? So that's why I think personally for me, I have not supported the creation of sidewalks because there's too many unanswered questions. We don't have the capabilities within our public works department to take care of that currently. So you're looking at a significant cost increase to our taxpayers, which is a huge concern for myself. And then also expecting someone who just said, okay, yes, it's the right of way of the town. I'm gonna take your property, I'm gonna put a sidewalk in and expect them to maintain it. I don't think that's appropriate, and I have huge concerns with seeing it in here on almost every district. Thank you.
The business thing though, if I know, or I think correctly, sidewalks aren't gonna go through here and not on both sides of the road unless you have a business that's created there, right?
Or a PUD.
Or a PUD. So Jana, your side of the road, unless you plan on subdividing, you don't have to worry about it at all. Period. I just want you to know that.
Are you ever gonna get sidewalks?
Well, they're not going, the thing is, who's
So
gonna?
then are we going to end up with sidewalks to nowhere again? And I know,
Yeah.
like, are we going to end up with a sidewalk in front of the old ABC store and then nothing?
But nothing along Route 7 will happen unless somebody actually develops it, just so you
So,
know.
Okay, because that's a really vague interpretation of what was in the packet for the agenda tonight. Because the packet said that if it's designated as a business hamlet, then both sides of the road had to have a sidewalk. And so all of the neighbors are reading this as like, what are we doing here? So really, we're gonna look.
The sidewalks aren't going to get built.
No.
Only when development happens.
Well,
Or you apply for a grant and we
Right.
say, we're gonna do it,
Which, you know,
Yeah,
that's
not
why I think that when we say sidewalks in progress, we've got sections of sidewalk, and if the town applied for a grant, they could connect those, and then we would have sections of sidewalk that actually go places.
which the grants brought forward have been a 20% match.
And so one more clarifying question. If the development is just of residential, because we know that there's a lot of housing being built across from the fire station right now, are those residential developers going to be responsible for sidewalks, or is it only if it's a business? So we would only see it at like the ABC store location, although that's the other side of the line, but
The intent, if I may step in here, the intent was to only require the sidewalks if the development was a commercial business, a planned unit development residential, or like a cottage court resident, so a, multiple house development. In that case, we would be requiring sidewalks as part of the site plan review. That was the
Such
intent.
as
I'm realizing in hearing people talk right now that we don't necessarily say that, and I can see how folks would think, am I as a homeowner required to put a sidewalk in front of the house that I've lived in for 20 years? That's not the intent.
okay,
But-
that's good, because there were neighbors that were like, is there gonna be a sidewalk that's gonna go up to my front door?
If you look at the elderly housing or whatever they call it now, it doesn't.
Senior living.
I don't even know if senior living is the right term, but multi-dwelling for older persons, there's the term. On Route 7, they put in sidewalks in their development. That's, the
And they did
names of
not
those
want that,
roads. What's
just so
the
you
name
know.
of your road?
Dewey Drive.
Dewey Drive.
Right. And that's in the development, not along Route 7 that we're,
Exactly,
Correct.
exactly.
It was,
Okay.
because it's
Perfect.
condensed dwelling and.
I just wanted to clarify because I could see where you were coming from and I didn't want you to keep thinking that way, that's all.
yes, and I appreciate the clarity, because there's several neighbors that couldn't attend tonight that had a list of questions and you've answered them, so thank you.
Perfect.
Good.
And I think with the PUDs that are over there, it's not necessarily mandatory. I think both Radhart and there's another one down the road. I think the Rennie property had.
They put money
easements.
aside.
Well, they have.
Oh,
easements.
yes, they put easements in.
Easements to the town, so at some point, if the town wants to create them, they have the easements through those properties to put the sidewalks. So.
Select board have any questions? Since
Well, you
you
have
guys-
2 new messages.
Oh, what's there
Yeah.
more? Sorry.
Can you repeat that about sidewalks, PUD or business district only? Oh, sorry, Michael answered your question,
Okay.
so,
Perfect.
we're good there. I think I've got everybody.
Awesome.
Fred?
So it seems like the overarching theme of this rewrite is to get more housing, because basically you have the density on the shore, you basically put 1 acre zoning the entire length of Route 7. You change 450 plus acres down Polly Hubbard Road from 5 acre zoning to 1 acre zoning. What, other than adding housing, has this regulations done to like protect scenic views, farmland, natural areas? Cause when I proposed at the meeting that you had a transfer development provision that basically you could buy density by basically putting money into a fund or buying land, conserving land somewhere else. Nothing of that is in this regulation. So other than adding housing and growing this town, which seems to be not what the survey wanted, because the top 3 issues were protecting our quality of our water quality, natural resources. Well, I don't think half acre zoning along the lake is gonna do that. Protecting local working farms and agricultural lands. Well, I don't think if you're changing zoning densities, farms are gonna be able to pay. I mean, basically, if you're a farmer, you try and buy or rent land, you're competing now with densities of half acre, 1 acre instead of 5 acre. And then the third thing was protecting scenic views and rural character. So what in these regulations has been done to do any of those top 3 priorities from the meeting that we had, other than adding housing?
I think that what you're doing by lowering your acreages and condensing the growth is going to save, one, your farmscapes, to allow density housing, so that you're gonna get growth whether you like it or not, Fred. It's just going to happen. Okay, and you have to respect people who own land, pay the taxes on that land, and then are told they can't do anything with that land. That's a problem for me, ethically. okay? The problem for me ethically. And what they're trying to do, I think, is working towards a happy medium.
But where's the
Let
median?
me ask a question, Doug, how many building permits were given out last year?
For single family dwellings?
Yes,
9.
okay, 9. Fred, right there tells you that your growth factor will be minimal. Whether we said, look, you know what, we're gonna make it simple. We're gonna do everything in a half an acre. There's only so much that a town can get through in a year. All you do is give back to the landowner who's paying the taxes to be able to have choices.
But they have choices now because the density they bought is a density they bought, so basically. If you bought a 5 acre lot, now you're saying you wanna basically cash out on it, cause you can do 5 or 4 new houses on it. I mean, it sounds like you don't like zoning at all and just want the freedom to do whatever you want on your land, which is fine, because. I mean. If you want to basically be able to do whatever you want on your land, then, you know. I mean, zoning basically puts restrictions on your land, and that's why you have zones and different stuff like that.
Can I ask how this ties in with Act 250 and what has been lessened to make these regs possible? Nothing?
Nothing,
Well,
except for the pot, so right now we're
I
also
see it,
working
yeah.
on. Village designation, village designation will allow for some,
If we get it.
if we get it where we want it.
Right.
It'll allow for 50 units on less than 10 acres. In that district, which is all, right now, what we're looking at is out in the South Village District. Which would allow the developers to not have to use Act 250, which saves hundreds of thousands of dollars off of the cost of the housing, so it's kind of a big deal, but that's still something that's in progress, that's not something that happens right now, right? We're still working on that portion of it.
So can I switch gears here? Because
Yes.
there's two things, well, there's a couple things bothering me about this. Why are we not allowing wetlands in our open space calculation? Makes no sense at all.
We changed it.
Thank God.
Well, we're allowing 50%.
Right.
But
you want
Well, I don't understand why we're not using it in the open space calculation. I don't understand why you're restricting it. That's number one. And number two, it appears that we're adding 20 feet to a setback on a wetland to what's already in state statute. Isn't it 50 feet already?
yes, but
The
what
town would
happens
add
is
20.
builders wanna build right up to that edge.
Well, they're allowed.
And so they're in the wetland while they're building, because how do you dig a hole for a cellar?
Well, that's not always true, Suzanne. It can't be.
Well, we saw it several times here in town.
So you're.
And there's a
creating
house here in town that actually, you can't mow around the house technically, because the wetland comes up to the
But
corner
you're
of
talking
the
about a
house.
buffer, you're not talking about the wetlands, so if a piece of equipment goes in a 50-foot buffer, they're still 40 feet outside of the actual.
Oh, they're
wetland.
not just 10 feet in, they're stacking their supplies in there, they're using it like. a
Well, that would
field.
be a state violation then.
Yeah, well, it takes time and.
Well, I know, but adding 20 feet to, it doesn't make sense to me, I'm just, my opinion.
Where is that in Paul?
It's 5.12? And I'm just, those are the two things about the wetlands that just bother.
Yes.
As an owner of wetlands, I appreciate that, that also bothered me, but.
Well, I don't think there's many, I don't
It's
think.
not
there's
5.2.
In the state that do that, I don't know why,
5.12 maybe?
I mean, hunters and fishermen use wetlands all the
No.
time.
Oh, it's
Bird watchers and everything use
6.22.
wetlands all the time.
And that's what
Why
they're
are we
designed
not
to
allowed?
use, not to build a house in them, not to have your.
No, but you should be able to use
Oh.
your open space figure as 100%. You can use 100% wetlands for your open space figure. It used to be that way. I don't know, it changed within the last 10 years, I'd say.
Yes, good. Kevin,
I'd just like to get these few questions out, like you could push back and step over. Can you, on the planning commission, talk to me about your maximum house size in the South Village of being 1,200 square feet? And it's required to be 2 stories. That's a 20 by 30 house with a stairway for the second floor. Is there any way we can look at increasing that square foot size to maybe 1,500? I'm not looking to build big mansions there. But if you're gonna allow a single family house for a young family that's affordable on a small lot, I don't know as if 1,200 square feet put into 1,200 square foot single family ranch is one thing. Your requirement in the village core is 2 stories for single family homes. I just think that my suggestion is that should be increased a little bit. But guide a stairway in a 20 by 30 house. I would like to ask that you guys consider looking at that size. That's the simple. In your calculation for your 4-to-1 offset in the South Village for the commercial that's required. Is that for the ground floor or the whole 1,200 feet?
I believe that is for your whole development.
Can you show me where in the regulations it says that?
No, I can't.
Okay, can we get some clarification there like we asked for the site?
All right, I guess that was right, so it's kind of, it's not.
4-to-1.
The 4-to-1
Ratio.
Okay. My next thing is, you know, we can look at the survey. The town decided that if there was gonna be dense housing, they wanted it to be in a certain area, hence we have the South Village Core District. Or Village Core, or whatever we're calling it. Along the way, you've created a business district and a business hamlet district that are gonna take some of the pressure off what you would like for commercial spaces throughout this spread apart town. You're gonna have some businesses that wanna be over here by the town hall, you're gonna have some businesses that wanna be down by Mill River Road, where you've got your other one. You're gonna have less of a demand for commercial in the South Village by having these other districts, and I don't have a problem with that. What I have a concern with that is why are we having the need for commercial on Ballard Road, which has less traffic than 104A, when you've taken the commercial off 104A, where there's more traffic per day, or trips per day, but you've left it on Ballard Road across from that residential district. And this is nothing new. This is an issue I've wrestled with the planning commission since I've bought the property. I'm wondering why with the new business and business hamlet, we're gonna continue to keep the need for mixed use on Ballard Road. Why didn't that part of Ballard Road, especially after we had regional planning in a meeting telling us that you can't get the housing built with the funds that are available to your residential village district if you have mixed uses on that land. Does anyone on the planning commission remember that night that the regional planning came in and explained that to us all? That you would still have to go through Act 250 because you encumbered some of that area that would be great for housing with mixed use. We spoke of that today. I think that you're aware of the difference in residential village versus mixed use, that you are forced into the longer, more expensive permitting process for those housing units that are so desired by regional planning.
But if it only has to be a quarter of your total development, could be a standalone building, right?
If you look at your zoning there, do you think that that section of Ballard Road between where the barn is to the church can substantiate 10,000 square feet of commercial tenants there with housing above it? I just
That's
don't.
what you put there, right? I mean, you've got all those residential houses right across the street, so.
So explain to me why we took a road, the planning commission, if you can explain to me your thinking. Of why we took 104A that had more trips per day and decided that that would be better suited for residential. Than a road with less cars on it that you feel. Should be. Having commercial storefront though. I don't understand.
Well, I have to travel on Ballard Road, so I've got to say that,
So it's on your way home, so it suits you, so.
no, that wasn't what I was saying. I'd prefer not to have an increase in traffic, but it's going to happen. We heard a lot of noise from the people over on 104A. If you want to know the truth,
Is that all we needed to do is shake the people up and get them excited on Ballard Road?
we gave them a slightly different option so that they're not as tied into the South Village.
So again, forgetting about anything other than now we've got a new plan where you spread out the ability to have retail businesses and services. Over here in the center, where the town hall is, down on Mill River Road, that's gonna take away, you have a business district off the interstate that's gonna have the ability to have more businesses up there.
But they're completely different types of businesses, I think. I think the businesses in the South Village are businesses that you expect people to walk to and use because they live in that area.
Like what, Suzanne?
A laundromat, a daycare,
A Dunkin'.
well, Dunkin' is not on my list, okay?
Coffee.
Starbucks, yes.
Okay, I don't care, I don't like coffee, but.
I just think if you were putting in a laundromat or a hairdresser or things that lots of people use, you would put it where there's already lots of people, not, somewhere along Route 7 necessarily. That's
So,
not as densely populated.
so your answer to me from the planning side is you took away commercial on a road that probably has twice as many trips a day. On 104A. You took it away because people squawked, and you left it on Ballard Road because they did. Is this the answer that you're saying?
Well,
Is it that simple?
It's, you've kept the village more condensed where it is now. Cause the part that we took away was sort of a little tail off the village, if that
Well-
makes sense.
Plus, those soils are more suitable for the high density growth, which is what you're maybe there. So they have better soils there, but all sandy soil.
Listening to this too, I would say though, I don't understand now the reason why you've extended the business zone down Mill River Road, because that has no traffic. Other than passing down to the lake. There's no foot traffic. It makes no sense to me.
The only reason we did is for future, they're
Right,
talking
the
about. that
connection
road
and
coming
Sonoma.
down. It has nothing to do with now, it's looking 20 years from now, what could
Can we
happen.
get to the
and
first
have it
question,
ready.
please?
Yeah.
So I don't lose sight of what the planning commission thought. A, we had regional planning come and tell us that it
This-
is more intensive and costly to get housing on Ballard Road by having mixed use. We have entered into having business and business hamlets to spread out some of this commercial stuff or mixed use stuff throughout other areas of town that will take away from somebody being forced to rent some storefront in that village. I don't know how many businesses you think you could find in Georgia just to fill up what's on Route 7 alone that's undeveloped. I think that I just feel that we stepped over something without looking real hard about the reality. Maybe circling back to regional planning to have them explain that again would be useful for the health.
Well, I think in our old regs, when it was 50-50 and your ground floor had to be commercial. Then if we ever got that village designation, which they were never going to give us. That would have affected your ability to get the Act 250,
Exempt thing, right?
right, exemption. But now it's only 4 to 1, and it doesn't have to be on the ground floor of each building. It can be its own building. So you could still qualify for the Act 250.
Have you done a little bit of math to add up the square footage of the residential units that I have included there? To say that you would need 20,000 square feet of commercial under your current regulations. If I wanted to step out of what I have approved, your current, into your new regulation, do you really think that 20,000, you want another couple Georgia markets over there on Ballard Road? Because that's what you basically need, some of the square footage. So I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I was asking what your thought process was. When you took a road that had twice as many trips a day and turned it into just residential. When Ballard Road, which is more residential than 104A, we don't have a doctor's office on 104, the Georgia Health Center, we don't have the garage business, we don't have the industrial park, we don't have that was so much more commercial than residential. Headed up 104A, my question to the planning commission was just to explain why we chose to turn 104A into a residential village and not that part of Ballard Road. It's simple, I don't.
Okay, so really, in looking at what's allowed in the village core and the residential village district, the new district that you're discussing on 104A, they allow almost all the same things, except that if you live in that new district, you can now build a garage or an accessory dwelling unit without having those very small setbacks that are in the village district. And that was a problem for some of the people that live there. Their houses are way back from the road. And so they could not do any additions or changes to their property without being out of compliance, because in the South Village, setbacks are very small.
That doesn't explain the question that was asked. You took a road with more traffic trips per day that could support mixed use better than Ballard Road, which probably, if we looked at the trips per day, has less than half of 104A. And you thought to keep mixed use on Ballard Road. That's all, that's what my
Okay.
question was.
I hear you. I can't give you more of an answer than I've given you.
And then we had regional planning come to the planning meeting and explain this all about the housing that was so decided. And the town voted for this house. I just, from day one, I haven't felt like Ballard Road is your coffee shop. Ballard Road is your, I just don't see where somebody goes down Ballard Road to find services when there's not enough demand for services on Route 7 as it is. And now you've taken that demand and lessened it with a business district and a business hamlet. So I just kind of wanted your feedback on that, or to reconsider what your thinking was there, especially if you take a minute and refresh yourself on what regional planning told us when she came to the planning. That's all, I don't.
Okay.
My question on the 1,200 square foot.
Yes, I wrote that down.
Yeah, you're gonna look at that, I
Yep.
really appreciate that, I think that this document's great,
I mean, I live in a house that's that size. It's 2 stories. It works just fine. It has 4 bedrooms in it, so it's possible. You make it sound like it's impossible to live in 1,200 square feet. I've done it for
How many
35 years.
square feet is your house?
1,300 square feet. At one time, there were 4 people living there.
Okay, so we're looking for 3-bedroom houses for working families. And you're gonna put a stairway in there, I just think that you're making it a little small. I think that if you look at Dewey Drive, Those houses are nearly 1,500 square feet for two elderly, for 255 plus.
Yeah, I don't understand that huge demand for lots of space, but I heard your question and we will look at it, okay?
Then I had, did you answer the question on whether the 4:1 or where it is in the regs that it's the first?
We'll look at that. And make sure it doesn't say that it has to be on the first floor.
Then the last question I think I have, I can run over through my notes is. We were told that this document that's been presented tonight was a continuation of the current regulations. And I asked Doug to let me know in the document where the 5-unit building exemption is for the 5-unit structure exempts for commercial offset. Did you find that in this document?
No, I didn't, after you left, I didn't get a chance to get to that.
Does anybody on the planning commission know where that is?
We can look through that after and see if we can find it, or if we. Right, I can go over it.
Your current regulations today allow if you have a 5-unit building. No commercial, or no mixed use office.
Right, I got you, in the South Village.
So.
Yeah.
And that didn't get carried over.
I wrote it down, so we'll look into that.
Where do I get the answers to these? Did somebody?
We're gonna have another one of these public hearings, but this board over here will be sitting in front of you, so. But we'll be here to listen to your.
There'll be an updated document that'll go online, just like this one did, with a warning that goes out.
There's a guy over here who's been waiting to ask you. Oh,
Yeah, I'm here representing the church there, so that's, most of my questions are, village core related, but really kind of one of them I have is, and it might kind of piggyback on some of the comments here, like if you're requiring these generally more commercial space, you know, if there is a requirement of 20,000 square feet of commercial space, by requiring this, I understand all the towns are doing this now, wanting these 2-floor buildings, trying to promote the mixed use, and I totally get that idea. However, trying to just, you know, I worked at Sterling, we were doing development in pretty much every town in Chittenden County at least, and it's just impossible to. It's just so hard to find an ability to get the commercial first floor, residential second floor for certain types of commercial use. So what I'm trying to say is, I think you can expand your commercial availability if you actually remove that requirement of having these 2 floors. I understand why you want to kind of have that form.
we've actually taken that out. You still have to build 2 floors, whether if it's residential, it needs to be 2 floors. Because our village is only so big and we want to maximize the use of it. But it doesn't have to be commercial on the bottom and residential on the top.
Yeah, okay, so I understand that, but what I'm still getting at, I guess, would be, you would not be able to have, I mean, I'm assuming Georgia Market doesn't have a second floor,
They do,
Yeah,
they do.
Okay, so,
They were built since I went in.
fair enough, but I guess what I would say is, as far as I'm looking at on our property, a second floor just really is not a feasible thing in a church building that's got these high vaulted ceilings and things like that. I mean, we have small areas of second floor use, but can there at least be some kind of like not a requirement to have the same like gross floor area on the second floor?
I don't know your church plans
Yeah, that's fine.
very well, but we're looking for buildings that are 2 stories high and don't have false fronts or just rafters that take it up the 2nd story. So if you've got a vaulted ceiling that's 2 stories inside, it's still 2 stories, it's usable space. You know what I'm saying?
It's not biddable space though, that's the issue, so. But I mean, that's what it says here.
Okay. that's a really odd gray area there.
I get it, but I'm trying to look out
Yes,
for one of the.
yep, I
the
understand.
Parcels that are in your village core, so.
Yes.
It'd be worth looking at that.
You know, I don't know the wetland, I'll have to look at that wetland comment, but I would just say. That would be a major hindrance too, if you're adding another 20 feet of like no construction or, you know. Onto the wetland buffer already, that's already included in that's what the buffer's for. I understand there have been issues, kind of like was brought up, you know, if you're breaking a law. Just adding another law isn't gonna necessarily change that, so, people are already doing something wrong, we should report them, I totally get that. What I would say is if you add 20 feet, you're gonna really hinder some of those parcels that even that are in the village core that. You know, just they need that little bit of extra depth to their building, so.
Yeah, I haven't seen the new wetland, the
Okay.
wetland down there, so.
Yeah.
I wanted to quickly just make an announcement to the planning commission of a milestone that we hit for the village.
Was this
court.
gentleman done?
Pardon me?
Was this gentleman done with his
I thought-
questions, Lynn? No.
The only other, I guess, kind of a nitpicky, silly comment maybe is. Why do you have like 25-foot wide drive outs when like the standard, like the two-way 24-foot wide, it's a foot, doesn't really matter much, but it ends up just being. Different than every other town again in the county,
Where's that?
Our
just-
driveways?
It's, sorry, for parking lots, you've got parking lot two-way
Oh.
aisles. I don't know, I guess I'm just being kinda.
No, this is the time to be that way.
Yeah, that's.
So I think
What's
you
that?
can accomplish almost everywhere else is
Oh,
18,
think that was
24,
in our-
18,
Yes.
and it works out just fine.
I think when we read this document after it was finally printed, we noticed that there
Some
was a
stuff.
deal there. So it's on our list of things
We
to
just haven't been able to go
change.
yet.
So we're allowed to make changes
Yeah.
once we put it out to the public.
Parking lot stall and tile dimensions, both need to change.
Cool, great.
Because there is an alignment that has to be met. So we're actually not even allowed, so there's.
Oh, because
parking lot
they were
stalls.
past, yeah, okay, yeah,
So we have to change those anyways.
yeah,
Yeah.
But good
Okay.
catch.
thank you.
All right,
We
Kim,
have a bunch.
wait,
Sorry.
tomorrow.
We have one from Cheryl. I'd like to ask about the permit for food trucks in Georgia. So a little bit of a clarification on those two sections, which we'll need to discuss, which I guys don't know about. During a legal lunch I attended last week. It was mentioned that, around short-term rentals. That we not have that language in our development regs, but instead it is an ordinance. And that's for enforceability, there's a few reasons why. I have reached out to Dave Rue, our town attorney, who also verified that. They would rather have it in. An ordinance rather than in the development regs.
Where is it?
Explain that.
And you're talking about food trucks,
So
right?
it's.
Are you talking about the registry?
Yes, so the licensing for STRs or short-term rentals and food trucks are both in the regulations.
Right, where?
And we're talking about both of them at the same time here? You're-
Yeah, because they're both licensing.
6.6.
6.6, okay, thank you.
So they're both licensing. The language we have in there is good. It's just pulling that out and creating an ordinance. He did send me over two ordinances that they've done recently. And I put together an ordinance that I'll share with you.
So we're
after.
gonna pull this up then.
So
Make it-
the recommendation is to pull out those two items and create them as an ordinance.
Yeah, okay.
Does
Okay,
that answer
but that doesn't
Cheryl's
answer her question.
It doesn't answer her question directly as far as that won't be in the regulation, but whether it becomes a license and what the reasoning is for why we even let that food trucks.
That's a discussion for another day.
Didn't she have another question about pools?
I don't have another question for her.
What is the definition?
So I can't find my little hand to raise it.
It's attached to your arm.
We're sorry to hear that, Cheryl.
So my concern with the regulations for the food vendors is that, even with an ordinance, we're going to be requiring them to get a permit to set up a truck in Georgia anywheres. And being that we have food vendors at our concert on the greens and the Fall Fest,
it's not gonna be worthy to the food trucks. They won't show up if we have to charge them a permit fee for a couple of hours to be parked in the town parking lot for our concerts. So this was my concern with having to have a vendor be permitted to set up a food truck and how that's going to affect the gatherings that we do in town.
We talked about that I thought, and maybe this was again after this document was printed, but we talked about
It was
one-time events, not having to have, or, you know, having some different sort of thing for those one-time events, so they weren't paying the yearly.
But
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Right, so it's a moot point.
Right, it's gonna have to.
It's gonna be an ordinance. that
Right,
goes through the
if we
select board.
change it to an ordinance, but I'm just saying that's
Yeah.
something we should consider.
I'd pull it out. The words are coming. So you're saying 6.1.10 is coming out for
So
the.
what the short-term
legal
rentals are.
I don't think we can say any of that.
I don't know where the other one is, but I see. I-
6.19, so on 6.5.
Okay.
So that, yeah, that came from two.
Well, the recommendation from the
Yeah,
attorney is to pull it
Your
out.
recommendation.
Well, no, that makes
Make the
sense.
decision.
Yeah.
Not to confuse things, but I just want to point out that both of those uses, the food trucks and short-term rentals, are covered in two places. The permitting is covered in chapter 6, but the operational use of it is under the uses in section 3. So we would need to decide if it comes out of both places or one, or how that, what parts would go in that ordinance and what parts if
Right,
it stay.
the uses and where they can be located, can be in the development regs. It's the language about the licensing and how they're licensed and the fees associated, or not necessarily the fees, but penalties if they're not licensed or if they break the rules, that needs to be in an ordinance.
That's what I assumed, but okay.
What's gonna all be done?
That'll be well, no, that's in the fee schedule, not you don't put fees in the ordinance, you put them in the fee schedule.
Yeah.
So that they can be changed
Yeah.
separately, you just reference the fee schedule.
Got it.
So I had a couple questions on that land use in section 3.22, so it's 3.3.30, which is the short-term rental, which is on 3-22. So how would we communicate that to individuals who own short-term rentals in the town now, so that they would know that there is a zoning reg change? And then also, there was on F, advertise a minimum night stay shall be equal to or greater than 2 nights.
That's a state statute.
State statute. Okay.
So one of the issues is getting that information out to people because it's difficult. The language that went in here actually came from the short-term rental organization in Vermont. Because they want some regulations put on things, because there are issues and they'd rather have regulations on short-term rentals to keep everybody in the same page versus losing short-term rentals altogether because it's a free-for-all. So we're not
Well,
really.
it's also tax, you're thinking eventually tax.
Well, and it's not we're not overbearing. Some towns are limiting the numbers and there's all sorts, we're just basically saying, make sure you're registered, make sure we know who's operating in, if there's an emergency contact, that our fire department has access to it in case you're not at the property. And then that you have parking, you're not advertising more. You can't have 12 people in a 1-bedroom house. You know, that kind of thing is, so basically it's very minimal of what we're doing. It's just so that we have some fee, because we have had complaints about short-term rentals, and we have currently nothing in our regulations about that.
Because they're being used for drugs.
That we can go back and get them, so, that's really kind of where that stemmed from, as far as that, and there's software systems that I've talked to that I can go on and tell you right now who's got them and where they're advertising and how every night stay and how much they need. It's pretty amazing, so.
What's the difference between, say, short-term rental and campground cabins?
They're in statute, so how short-term rentals are labeled.
So there's definite.
There's definite.
Specific definition.
Definite,
Okay.
yeah. So.
Yes.
I'm a little stupid, so I got one more question about this commercial thing. You said you wanted 2 stories, Is that correct?
All the buildings in the South Village are required to be 2-story.
Okay, well, you know, our property sits between the gas station and a bank. And we've been approached by people that would like to do maybe coffee, pizza, or frozen food, frozen drive-through. They have formats for the building. Are you turning that business away?
Oh, you're saying it's a franchise?
Just have format on the building and require it to be 1/4.
These are national franchises that
Yeah.
would benefit Georgia's growth on commercial sector.
So my question is, do we just ignore them?
If you want commercial business, which we've talked, since we bought the property 2 years ago with Doug, on what would fit there and what would benefit the town of Georgia, and this is in conjunction to exactly what Kevin was talking about, was you're taking one of the most valuable commercial sectors of all Georgia and restricting it to the 401 residential versus commercial. So you're trying to put residential into an area that should be 100% commercial. And there's no better place in Georgia than when.
Kevin would like the other side, 100% residential.
I'm on Ballard Road, what would a Starbucks or a Max?
You know, so maybe you two could work together and you could be the Ford.
They've already talked about it, so.
The first thing, we've been in front of you, and we've said, whatever Georgia needs is what our attention. Okay, so
Which we should.
they need something to drive through. And the better spot there is than right there behind that gas station.
I will say that Dollar General came in with their normal Dollar General plan, and we said that does not work in our village. And they ended up building what we asked them to build. It's the same inside, but it looks different on the outside.
Oh, it's gonna be
So-
hard, it's gonna be hard to
so
find somebody for.
I'm not saying that. I understand where you're coming from, that you've got people that wanna do a certain thing and that's what they do everywhere, and it doesn't include the second store.
Across the street.
Yeah.
That's what it's the other down below. By the firehouse.
Well, no, they're gonna put a storage there.
So
They expect to go up by just.
in regards to Georgia market, just so there's some clarity, that building is considered 2 stories, correct?
That is right.
And there is a second floor in that, is that?
Yes, they have some, I don't know what it is,
It's
they
like
have
a fake.
their cooling system, their heating system, something is up there.
So it has to be 2 stories, but it doesn't obviously have to be livable space.
That is, well, yeah, if it was a house, it would have to be livable, but yeah, if it's a commercial building, it can store stuff, it can, yeah,
So
it
you're
does.
looking for that
Right,
particular height.
we just don't want that false front that some places have that you make them look 2-story until you walk around the side and they're only 1 story.
Right, cause like Dollar General, for instance, is 2 story, but you walk inside and it's hollow to the ceiling.
Right.
I think my consensus is that we should not entertain any of these people that approach us.
And Georgia would lose significantly, because where else are you gonna bring that type of commercial in? They're not gonna go down there by our other place on Mill River Road. You're not gonna get a Starbucks or the Domino's or these franchisees that we've been talking to, that are gonna plant down there by the cattle barn. It's not gonna happen, well, it's not cow shit, and you're trying to get your coffee. I mean, it's true, that it's reality, right?
We have more.
Okay, guys. We got more questions. We're gonna ask somebody else, cause you've had a lot.
No, I wanted to make I got cut off, I wanted to let everybody know, some good news for the South Village. But I'll wait till somebody else finishes their question, I got cut off.
Okay.
Okay, question about, private roads, and
What page are you on?
I'm on, page 5-12.
Thank you.
This is, certain ones are grandfathered in, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
You're
what if you are cross town road? Your road is in parts of St. Albans and in part of St. George. How does that?
Georgia.
Georgia.
Wow, I used to live there.
The long road. I used to live there, sorry, Freudian slip. How does that affect? You know, what do you do in those cases?
So whatever part is built in Georgia would be
Yeah.
the Georgia road standards.
Okay. And then, so but the previous ones are grandfathered in.
Right, yeah. we're not
Until
gonna-
somebody new builds on that
Okay.
driveway or road.
Class
yeah.
4 roads grandfathered in too, because it says here.
Well,
Yeah,
that-
the way it reads
read what it
is-
says.
All right, so which part of class 4 roads are we talking here?
A class 4 road serving more than 2 dwelling units will need to be brought up to A76 standards.
That's part
That's
of
in
your,
zoning reg.
right, but that's part of your,
Is it, was that in
Roadway
the old
agreement.
zoning reg?
No, it's the roadway agreement.
yeah.
Yes,
There's a class
yes, it
4
was
road
in the
agreement.
old
I
zoning.
understand
It's
that,
the language.
but
Yes,
this
it was.
language was not in the old zoning reg, was
Yes,
it?
yes,
Yeah,
it
it
was.
should.
Same language?
Yeah, I believe it was, but I'll double check, but I believe it was.
It may have said brought up to road to the town road standards.
I
instead of
think that's
A7.
more accurate.
But our road standards
think
now
that's-
are A76.
Right,
I just think that's a change.
Previous owners.
So also talking about that with your thing.
Yeah.
One, I think we need to look at, instead of 3 dwellings, that it's 4 dwellings because of duplexes. So we need to change it from 3 to 4.
Right, that was, yeah, we had that discussion the other day
Yeah.
about, because we're
You
using.
see what I'm
dwelling
saying on
units,
number
and
1?
now. the state of
Because now
Vermont is
you can
allowing
do duplexes.
Anywhere you have a single family
Well,
dwelling.
you
so
could
two
also
duplexes
say
is
3
required.
dwellings or 2 duplexes.
Well, that would be 4 units.
I know, but
Right,
if
we have
you
to
want
change the
4
We have to
individual
change.
language. We'll talk about it.
So I think I heard Noah,
Oh, sorry, Noah, I'm sorry.
I think, I recognize that voice.
Yeah, no, you're talking about the language of the road agreements, and I'm a bundle that, I'm on Rock Maple off of that road. So, class 4 road, and, the agreements that we've been looking at between the residents there as for petitions selected for legal assistance, meaning that you're getting tens of thousands and sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars for that cell tower on an axe. We were looking at the road agreements and each one has a very different language that is saying, as pertains to this agreement, as pertains to this agreement, as pertains to this agreement. So to go ahead and rewrite this to say that as current standards apply, like, that won't apply to us, but that's not what we agreed to existing owners.
Existing.
Agreed.
It's grandfathered.
Yeah.
I just don't ever remember seeing the A76 in there.
There's a little. That's where this is true.
They're also still grandfathered into the
No.
old, they're not.
They are not, so a new dwelling going on a class 4 road, if there's already.
Are you going to purchase?
He said a new owner.
A new owner.
He said a new owner, not a new
Sorry,
dwelling.
I like.
Well, elaborate on the dwelling part, I want
A
to
new
hear that.
dwelling would trigger this on any of the class 4 road agreements we have. A new dwelling on any of those class 4 roads is gonna trigger that road be brought to A76 standards.
But somebody buying somebody else's house does not.
No, somebody buying somebody's existing house.
Does not.
That's grandfather.
So how would it be determined on who is responsible for bringing it up to 876? Would it be the individual developing?
Well, it's the individual.
Not the
developer.
homeowners association on that road, it would be the individual building a new dwelling.
And they will need to bring it up to wherever their road.
So last guy
Just
in is
confirming.
gonna-
Last guy in's gonna get it, put it
Yeah.
on, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, now in our regulations, we handle that up front. That's why everybody now, when they do a private road, has to
Right.
build A76 standards. So this isn't an issue down the road. Back when those were done, nobody had that forethought to do it. So we have,
Right.
you know, I've gone around and measured all these private roads. I know your road is a little bit narrower than it should be. There's other roads that are narrower, but most of our roads in town are all built to A76 in the development. So there were situations that didn't happen, and we're just trying to make sure that it happens consistently
Yeah,
now.
okay.
And that includes paving the private roads, correct?
Private roads have a
Yeah,
paving
that's
option to them,
yeah.
yes. We don't do it on class 4 because that's
Right.
a different area, so we're just mimicking that, what should be in your document.
So to understand this clearly, you're saying somebody builds a house on a class 4 road, and now they've gotta bring the town road up to A76 standards?
Yes.
Because they're locked.
So you're saying that we own the property off Horseshoe Barn Road. And for us to build a house on it, you're now saying we have to bring the town road up to standards.
This is for.
It's not a case,
It's,
I could put a house on it right now and just build a driveway down.
it's serving more than 2 dwelling units. The regs say class 4 road serving more than 2 dwellings.
So we have 56 acres and I wanna put 3 houses on it, now I've gotta change it,
Yep.
so I've gotta pay the town, or basically upgrade the town, and then anybody can use it. That doesn't seem fair, I mean, basically, to me, it should be either you can't subdivide, or town wants to build there, but to sit there and say the first person that does it has to front the whole entire the whole entire front loading, it's kinda like bringing power or gas, you know, like my sister lives on Skunk Hill Road, they told her, if you want Comcast here, you can pay like $100,000 and we'll put it, but everybody after you can, you know, or everybody before you can now use it, and it's like.
It is.
So it doesn't seem right.
You put 3 houses on the property right now,
No, just 1 second, Doug's talking. Then
if you
come back
put 3
here.
houses on your property right now, you'd have to build a private road to A76 standards that's paved. So it's no different than.
But it'd be
private
my road.
standards. It would be a private road, yes. The other one, you wouldn't have to pave the class 4 road, you just have to bring it up to standards.
But I could kick people off from using ATVs or whatever down my private road, I can't do that on the public road that I'm maintaining. That just doesn't seem right.
Now, the problem I found in like, entire community and, other communities, if you drive up the road that you maintain, into the natural area, while, you install the $1,400 per house, everyone's talking about costs. Their culvert. And then on top of that, the town also gets tens of thousands of dollars a year. To maintain access to that tower. That, they have the lease on. So some of this class 4 road stuff really does need to change, or exceptions need to be made, or roads need to be reclassified.
As discussed, our town attorney has advised us not to make any changes to our regulations around roads at this time.
So no roads are getting re-regulated whatsoever, then is my understanding.
That's my
No, that's my understanding.
Thank you.
And there are a lot of towns
You're
that
just
don't allow
consolidating our
any development on class 4 roads, so whether you own a lot there or not, you can't do anything with it, so we're quite a lot more flexible than that.
We should. So we need to move on.
So what happens from here? You guys got feedback and then you're gonna consider this stuff, maybe change some, maybe not, and then. You're gonna just turn it over to the select
And
board.
again, put it out to the public, including you, and then you will have your public meeting.
So if you make changes, is there a way to document and highlight
Yes.
what you
There'll be a
changed, so we don't
change
have to read the whole thing over again?
Yeah, so we'll create a change document that goes with it. Actually, I have it right here, because there's already some changes that had come back from regional planning, some things that. Spelling errors,
Yeah,
things
some
like
things
that.
got changed before even tonight, right?
Yeah, when they met the other day, they kind of, we've reread this document so many times.
Yeah, but-
You still go through and you catch little things, so. So basically going through, there'll be a new revision, that revision will have the changes that were made in that revision as part of it, so.
Do you guys have anything major since it's gonna go in front of you again?
Well.
So you guys haven't had it
Well, and I think Kevin had an announcement.
Go ahead, always.
I was just wondering what was gonna happen with the drive-throughs, is it gonna be allowed?
They currently are,
Yes.
They currently are,
since 2010,
and will they continue to be, or is there any?
there's nothing for it.
I couldn't find anything that carried.
Yeah, no, there's nothing.
Try to go.
Or, yeah, I didn't, so, the announcement.
Fred,
my question, why wasn't a transfer of development right? I mean, what is your opposition to having a transfer of development rights for this?
What?
I mean, it seems like you're giving away a lot of density. I mean, anybody with a lakefront property is now, if they have an acre, you know, divide it to half an acre and put a house. Anybody on L2 can now put a house if they have, 4 acres? And yet you're getting nothing other than increased people in the town, which if you go to any town or, Burlington has more people, higher tax base, and way more taxes. There's not many, I don't think you can find many communities that have a higher tax base that don't pay more taxes unless they have sales tax, like St. Albans, that offsets it. Most times when you have growth, you pay more in taxes. So this concept of you're growing the grand list, find me some data that supports that lowers your taxes, because I'd like to see it.
St. Albans.
I can speak to that if you don't mind.
Go for it.
I don't think there was any conscious decision to ignore the transfer development rights concept. I think in principle, we're in support of it. If I could speak on behalf of the Planning Commission, part of the issue is that really that's enacted by more at the legislative level, at the town having to pass into a local law the ability for the town to be able to conduct something, and that would be sort of enabled outside of the zoning. There's nothing preventing us from putting that structure into place as these development regulations are are adopted. We just figured that that was something that was going to take a bit longer and has a lot more legal working parts to it, and we could still have that enabled without necessarily needing to change the zoning. It could operate in parallel to the zoning. That's the short answer, or that's the long answer. The short answer is we're very focused on the zoning regs, and I think that probably just got moved to the back burner, if you will.
And my second comment is, this, to me, is a drastic change for, yes, people want more housing. Yes, George is a desired community, mainly because of school choice, and it's on the edge of Franklin County, so everybody wants to send their kids to Essex or Price or where have you, which is, I think, why the property values are up in this town, and there's basically a shortage of houses for the people that wanna stay here because they don't wanna pay the prices. But I don't think if you build 200 houses, I don't think the price is gonna drop, because I think the market is basically picked that we're now competing with New Jersey and Connecticut, because people after the pandemic did well, Vermont's a nice rural community. They have broadband now. I can work from home, like my dentist husband. So I have the hygienist, who's like, we moved here a year and a half ago from the Fairfield because, he can work from home. So I don't think building more houses in this community is going to lower the price of houses unless you make them affordable by making them in the South Village smaller, tighter density, and like putting, restrictions on or something like that. I think you're just gonna have more houses in town. I also am concerned about the lakefront being developed, because basically you're creating huge amounts of housing potential in this zoning change. I think more than you've had in probably 3-4 decades. Because everything on the lake shore can now be half-acre zoning, so, and I just looked at the parcel map, I'd say 50% of the parcel, or 50% of the lakefront can now basically subdivide and make a half-acre parcel, because there's a whole lot down south, and there's up in the north that basically is over an acre size. Secondly, you're shrinking the L2 by 1 acre. And then you're making basically Route 7 and part of Mill River all 1 acre zoning, which to me seems like it's the start of Williston Road about 30-40 years ago, because if you look at Williston Road, it was all houses down Williston Road. And then it turned into slowly, as they, more traffic went through, they started converting houses over to, businesses. And I think basically you're gonna lose a small town feel if from one end of town to the other, you don't notice much different other than one section has a little bit bigger building.
So,
and this regulation, the town plan is only an 8-year plan, right? It's only every 8. So why are we doing such a drastic change when we could nibble this? We could sit there and go, okay, we expanded the South Village area, we added a little bit here. But why are we doing so many household? I mean, basically, how many additional housing units does this zoning change potentially add to this town if everybody that in the zoning, in a place that could change, maximize their density? Because I mean, you're taking 450 acres on Polly Hubbard Road, and you're making it 1 acre zoning, currently it's 5, so you're adding 400 potential houses there. And on top of that, that section one, your residential neighborhood is currently actively farmed. Also, you have Mill River going down through it, which basically half of it, unless you cross the river, isn't gonna be accessed at all. And you've also got some conserved farmland in it because they actively farm it. And how does that, if the Krolls decided to come and say, hey, we wanna sell our development rights because we wanna keep it in farming, are you then gonna prohibit them from doing it because now it's in a residential neighborhood? Is there any answers to that? So you're saying no?
I think that you and I will both be long gone before we see a huge change in this town.
Well, my question.
I don't think that the majority of people are chomping at the bit to subdivide their property in half and put up another house. But it allows some people who have been wanting to do that, and hopefully, I assume it's going to be slow. There's not that many builders available, so housing takes a long time to happen, and I just don't think, I understand that potentially there could be a huge increase, but I don't think in reality it's going to happen.
So is there a maximum allowed build still, or is that gone?
We took that out.
So if Chittenden County, say South Burlington gets to the point where your developers down there, because there's very little land down left in South Burlington to build.
Yeah.
So if one of your big developers decides to buy out one of the farms on Route 7 and throw in whatever max density housing, they could do it in a year.
Yes, they could.
So why did we take out the limitation on housing?
Was it legal?
State made it not legal.
The state made us take it out?
Yeah.
So that came back to regional planning, and we couldn't have that in our document.
So you can't put a cap at all?
Right.
There's no reason for us to have a.
Used to be
30.
You only have 4 months, that's
You never did.
We might be able to have a cap, but it would have to be scientifically justified by a study looking at cost of services and capacity of the town to be able to handle the amount of growth and so on and so forth. A study such as that would taking maybe 2 years to do. And then it might not stand up legally, so it kind of was an obstacle that we needed to just follow the regional planning's recommendation that we take that language out for now.
We never even came close to the 25.
Right.
Well, I already
It
had
hasn't
to
been
go
since
so many times.
1992 that we came close to that, also when Loris Woods was
Well,
developed.
my question is, if we haven't come close, why remove it? Yeah.
Because we can't have it.
You couldn't have it.
States
They
not allowed.
just said they recommended, you didn't say they.
They would not approve our regional plan with it in there.
Yes.
Well, that number was not the reason why we weren't.
And again, DRB only meets so many times and they can only approve and process so many developments. So we in effect are restricting it without having it being restricted.
I think the whole economy is restricting it because you can't find somebody to do the work that, you got a dream to build a house and it takes forever to find the people to do it, so.
And the reason that we changed Route 7 was a lot of the lots, if you drive down through, they're 1 acre lots, so it makes it conforming. And we don't have to maintain that road. So if we're putting growth on it, it's the state that's doing it, not the taxpayers of Georgia. So that was one of the big reasons that we did what we did.
But then you're gonna slow down that road, you basically have houses every acre.
No, that's fine. I don't- That would be awesome.
Everybody finally ready for me?
Okay.
I just wanted to let the planning commission know that we hit a big milestone on the property on Ballard Road. We were issued a water permit for enough water for the South Village to drink for a long time to come.
Wow.
The problem that I have when I asked about why you, as a planning commission, made decisions that you made, is because you can't support a water system if you don't have housing to fill that water system up. It costs too much to operate. If we give it all to commercial or half of the land to commercial, I think that I probably should have expressed
But in the washing machines, they'll use a lot of water.
Not anymore.
Well, that's what a lot of people don't want laundries because of water use, so.
We have 18,000 gallons of wastewater to use, and if you go with commercial on that small piece of land. Commercial uses very little water. I can put a car wash in there if you'd like. Is that permitted in the South Village?
I don't think so, but.
I'm just saying that there's a tremendous amount of water and wastewater on that land for housing. If you split it into commercial, I think that it challenges the ability to use that water system. The size of the water.
Go higher, you don't have to stop at 2. You know that.
You go three stories, at least in the village core.
I think it's great news that the South Village has this tremendous water system. I think it should be utilized instead of balled up and thrown away. That was finally. I think it's a great thing.
So, I had one quick one.
Paul's got a question here.
So on page 4.7, 4.7.2, it has conditions. And it says the DRB may impose the following conditions. Aren't those all controlled by A&R, and why are if that's true, why are they in our zoning regs?
That actually is one of the notes I have.
It's all A&R. Should they not?
Yeah.
Should we not pull that out, because that's not really their permit. That's the A&R.
Marking.
A1, 2,
It's the boulder.
and 3.
That's, controlled by A&R too.
Oh, that is.
Yes.
Yeah.
So,
It needs delineation, that's why there's all that signage out there.
yeah, so it seemed to me you would take it away and not give DRB allowed, because it's not their bail. I don't think it's their jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Thank you for coming.
Take care.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thanks.
What else?
Fred,
Last question. So decisions of the DRB, who are they mailed to?
They are mailed, they go to the applicant, typically the engineer, and anybody who's interested. Is classified as an interested person.
And that has changed. The interested person thing is a state thing that has changed.
So why again did I not get one more?
You have to classify as an interested person. So to be an interested person, you have to be not only at the meeting, but you have to discuss it. You have to talk at the meeting around what was there. And then to be an interested person, there is actual classifications with that as well, so.
So you're saying I didn't talk?
I don't remember the meeting you were at, but I have to go back and look at it.
Because if I remember, you said I didn't check some box on a sign-in sheet or something.
Right, the sign-in sheet that is checked as an interested person. If you don't check the box, we'll put you down as an interested person. There are people who
Can I
are.
read state statute?
Is this a really?
Copies
We have it, we have state statute in here.
Shall be also be mailed to every person or body appearing and have been heard at a hearing, and a copy of the decision shall be filed with the clerk.
Have been heard.
Yeah,
It doesn't say you have to check a box, nor in state statute does it say you have to check a box.
Okay.
So you putting a limitation of, I have to check a box to get you're violating state statute and you're violating our regulations too.
Okay.
So I'd like to know what my recourse is for not getting a.
Can I just say this has nothing to do with our zoning regulations right
Well, I just
now?
wanna
Maybe
make
you
sure
can
that-
talk to
Yes,
Doug about
yes.
this after.
It's fine.
Because we were
got
hoping to
still-
be done at 7:30 to have another meeting, and here it
We
is
still have-
8:30. I've been in the hayfield all day, so I would really like to wrap this up sooner.
Can I just ask one quick question? I
You
just
can.
like to clarify. So when we were talking, Doug, when I went to see you, last week, about the lake view and the lake
right front, yes.
So what is, I didn't have my paperwork with me, so what is, how did that end up, where are we at with that? How did that come out? So we talked about right now, it's from the waterfront, 250 feet back.
feet back,
We can only do 16-foot height.
correct.
So you're thinking that you're going to propose that we have lakefront, the waterfront, and then lake view. Does that still, has that not changed? That's still
That's,
16 foot?
so nothing has changed in the proposed, it's all part of the discussion, and we've had people here tonight, they wanna raise it, they wanna remove it. I know some of the people that have come in, and I have notes from, like you, that came in and talked to me, wanna use Georgia Shore as the dividing line
Right,
for that, so if you're on the non-lake side of Georgia Shore, you can build higher.
right.
So I do have notes from the ones that I've had discussions with. So that's a conversation that they would make that decision, but.
I'm representing five Lakeview over here, so. And thank you.
Can I make a suggestion? I actually like the idea of if you're east of Georgia Shore Road, if you own whatever, you'd have to have if your property went back to that distance of the thing, to me, you should be able to build whatever you want, because you own. Because you're not impeding anybody but your own view.
But there's the people that are just drive down the road and wanna see the view. You don't have to own property down there to enjoy the lake.
No, I'm saying, if you're driving down the road, you wanna see basically the whole purpose is to see the lake, right?
Or from the lake to see the land, right? It's both ways, view both ways.
But 16 feet versus 20 feet, 4 feet, if you're looking at the land, to me, is not a big deal. And it makes you be able to have a regular 2-story, 8-foot ceiling, not crunched down or whatever.
And I know part of the discussion too that people have said was because of the slope of the
Yeah.
east side going up anyways, if you build a 2-story, the slope's up above you at 250 feet back anyway, so it's. I was gonna present that as part of what people have talked to me about the past week or so.
And
Yeah.
2 of them have talked about it. too.
Right, I have no stress.
One quick, ask, how do we get this changed document when it gets updated? I wasn't
It'll
on.
be on the website.
What's that?
It'll be on the website.
So we just keep going there every day and wonder when it's coming, or do you have a group or list that you sent this?
I don't, we do have a group list, you're not on the group list.
Keep going every day.
How is he not on the group list? Is it because he just shows up for every
Is that
meeting?
Michael?
Every hour.
Michael just said.
You never heard of
something
it,
about it.
No, I was just gonna say, I don't understand how Kevin is not on the group list except for the fact that he shows up at every meeting anyway.
Son of a, there you are.
I think once,
Let them know what it's posted.
once the next meeting is warned, that will be, that will
Yeah,
have
it'll
to
be,
be.
it has to be out.
Yeah,
Well, it can be posted on the website.
Because I was
It is
asking
posted on
along
the
the way, and it was always next week, next week, next week. I don't know why I can't get on a distribution list that others are on, but.
Well, the only ones that are on the
It's other
distribution
towns,
list are.
Select board, you know,
Right, select board, the planning commission, the DRB.
Northwest.
Northwest planning, I have to upload it to the state.
It's not like a
Those are the
list
only
of
ones.
keep
I
regular.
thought if we signed in or something,
No.
maybe we. But if I just have to keep calling and asking, hear from people. That's all.
Kevin, I know you have my phone number.
Excellent, thanks for listening at the last minute, because I didn't know.
You had plenty for last minute.
Do you guys have anything else that we need to look at?
They're not leaving, are they? I thought we were meeting with them.
I thought so too, but
Oh, we are?
we are.
You need to have a sidewalk.
Doug led us to believe that we were.
Oh, we're staying.
Yes, just for.
You should have it. You should have a sidewalk.
I love that you're all packing up. That's okay. You can go, it'll speed things.
We used to get another meeting, and I thought,
Oh,
oh.
I know.
you got it.
Well, yeah, we're meeting and then we have a regular meeting.
Yes, we only have one thing. About that.
I had 6 bottles of water today, that's all I've had, so. Sorry about the soda.
I have to do it.
It's still a public meeting, so you're not in this.
That's right.
Right.
Yeah.
Still public
Yeah,
meeting.
Still public meeting, so you're not going anywhere. All right, let's slowly, I gotta eat. Okay.
Join the summer. You guys would know what we just like that.
Doug, where was it eventually that road?
There's a certain property that we.
So,
did.
while
There's something, there's a road or an industrial road, road down in here, so we wanted to downtown. Well, all of this got changed because it wasn't all there.
You know, that road also
A little bit there. Now this is we would call air, truly, still has our paper.
I don't know how to be talking about.
Yeah, so, but just at the end of that, you say, oh, that road goes all the way down there right now.
No,
So that's-
air
it's
one is
about-
fine, air
I wanna say it's about 60 or 100 feet.
They're taking notes, so you have to.
I don't know. Air farm.
Industrial park.
Figure out what you want to have them look at.
All of that,
Because
in that area, up there, Georgia.
Now they
Big
want
properties
to
here, but I have no idea.
We looked at least.
Well,
They had their
I got a
public
carrot
hearing.
got down there over all the time and I didn't know that.
I don't know. The only place it's.
yeah, that's the lead.
Because it
We're
doesn't
just,
change our.
Let it out right there.
If you look at it right now.
but
Yeah, let's go. That's what I'm thinking, they gotta be back.
It's next.
there's anything, so.
Like, what did you think of?
Because.
So, what's up? Sidewalks. Doug said that you wanted to meet with us about sidewalks.
No, Doug wanted us to meet about sidewalks because so far we have not supported, like applying for the grant and whatnot, because it's a 20% match.
Right?
Who's going to maintain the sidewalk? And right now the ordinance
So you
says.
don't have anything prepared for this, and you don't either, so let's not do this.
I think just the concern is everywhere in there, it says there's gonna be sidewalk on June
Well,
development.
other stuff is done.
I think you're talking about.
Because there's so much going on. with
Make
everybody else.
make this
I
point.
mean, I
So-
go through my stuff.
Doug talk and then maybe we'll figure it out here.
So. Basically, we're kind of at an impasse, I think, right now between the three boards. So, and even regional planning. So regional planning is coming back and telling the town, every year they want an inventory of our connected sidewalks and where we have sidewalks, and there's a push to do more sidewalks. Planning commission putting sidewalk regulations into the regulations of that, which the DRB then has to impose those regulations. But there hasn't been support from the select board as far as grant monies or other monies to help offset or change that. Now, there are ways that we can look at doing this, like you can take a sidewalk where it might be going and put that money into a fund to fund sidewalks in other areas or to fund that 20%. But we don't have that in the regulations, and that's not something that really has been looked upon. I think we talked about this last year, and that wasn't a positive thing. I just think getting everybody on the same page, if we want sidewalks, I don't care if we have them or we don't, but just, we need to be consistent so that we're not trying to do sidewalks. I'm not coming to you saying I need money for sidewalks and we don't want to do sidewalks. I just think we all need to talk about it. That's all.
Well, and I think too, when the last grant came up at the select board meeting, Kyle from regional planning had thought some of the grant could be utilized for a feasibility
Yes.
study. And I think we said if we can plan ahead and include that in the budget, so we can match 20% of a feasibility study, that the select board would be in favor of that. But right now.
So that would be for next year, basically.
Yeah,
Correct.
we don't have the
We
budget.
don't have the budget for anything
Yeah,
right
no,
now.
I get that.
So, I mean, in my opinion, if, like a radar, if you, people are putting in plans, unit developments and subdivisions, but I could care less what sidewalks in,
As long as it's not a state right away and we're not applying for it,
right,
or for the application.
and it's not on us.
But that's where the regulation.
But
is
it's a
saying
private
has to be
road,
on-
so why would the town be,
It's on Route 7.
no, I'm not talking about Route 7, I'm talking about going down into subdivisions.
Right.
Like what they did on Dewey Drive. Great,
People there did
Has
not
no
want
effect.
it, but they made them put it in.
well, it has no effect.
I know.
Everybody
Doesn't
from
have an
those
effect.
houses goes out and walks on the road.
I know they do, they don't walk on them.
Well, no,
Well, and I think my biggest concern is adding more to the taxpayers to maintain when we don't have the infrastructure to support that. As we talk about losing tax base. I feel really weird saying, I'm gonna put a sidewalk on your property, like when we talked about going down Ballard Road.
Really not their property.
Well, but they're responsible for the maintenance of
They're
that
paying tax.
sidewalk.
Right now, Biden write that ordinance,
Neither did
somebody
we.
100 years ago wrote the
Neither
ordinance.
did we, but.
wasn't 100.
Are you even sensitive to getting rid of the ordinance?
75.
I mean, that's the concern, but then I don't want the town to take it on either, because that's an additional expense. We don't have the manpower to clean sidewalks in the winter. We don't have the.
But the more that you have to drive your kid everywhere because it's not safe to walk on the road is wear and tear on the road and we can't keep up with paving. So, you know, it's a vicious cycle.
100%.
You know, I mean, I just think there are some roads that there are a lot of kids on bikes or walking or pushing the baby stroller or walking the dog, that it's scary that they haven't all been run over. I mean, so many people seem to think black is thinning and it's the right thing to wear when you walk your dog at dusk. Like, what the hell are you thinking? I can't even see you.
Well, I think it should
You know,
start with a feasibility.
That
study,
there's
so-
places that we really need to get people off the street. And the more we develop, you know, the more densely developed areas, I think, are where we need to start. But, you know, I can take the signs. I don't care if you wanna put up a sign for your sidewalk to nowhere that I made you put in. I think someday it will go somewhere,
It's
and I'm
still up.
okay with that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's still up.
So, I
I've
guess,
not buying it, I've never read it.
I guess
That
on
was
the
pretty
flip
fun.
side of this, would everybody be more willing to, in those areas, for instance, and I'm gonna throw this out there, the Sandy Birch development where there's a sidewalk in front of it.
Right.
It gets used a lot.
If you were to take that money and put it into a fund where we can then do a plan, so you have money for that, when you do the feasibility study, you have money to then put the sidewalks where that feasibility study says they should be going, which more than likely is going to be around the village core area. So where you're gonna create connected sidewalks, or if you complete a sidewalk across a property that doesn't have it, when that at some point changes, they put money in, they have to then put money
They have
into
to
that
pitch the
to
money.
pay for the
That's
sidewalks.
So we're gonna
Can I
ask the
have a
developer to
pedestrian?
bring a road up to A 76, which includes paving.
Which I think is totally fair.
Which,
I think
agree. I think that's great. And then you're gonna say, oh, by the way, I'm not gonna have you put a sidewalk here, but I'm gonna have you put a sidewalk way over there across town.
Well, you can give them an option, you can tell them they can put the sidewalk in, or they can put it into a fund. And they don't have to build it.
Or you just charge a pedestrian impact fee.
That's essential.
A lot of impact fees.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
I think it comes down to it.
I think it comes down to a feasibility study too, because
In certain areas.
in certain areas.
Right, and what I would wanna see, and I hope they would do in feasibility study, is they'd actually go out and talk to the people in these high density areas that you're talking about and see what their appetite for is. Because when we had that conversation, there was just as many people that said not interested that the ones
Yeah.
that.
I think
But
there's
I
more.
found it interesting that one woman said, well, I never see anybody walking or biking down Route 7. No shit, you're gonna die if you do that, you know? I wouldn't expect to see people walking and biking down that road.
On the other hand,
One-
You know?
you see a
Sorry,
lot of
one
here.
option, if I may, unless you guys have already hit on this, is as part of either now or as part of a feasibility study, one option, rather than requiring a business to put in the sidewalks right now, is to require maybe an escrow payment that would go toward the future construction of a sidewalk, if we could get enough segments aligned that would make something usable that's not just a sidewalk to nowhere, because we got all of these missing teeth in the early stages. Have an escrow account that could be used when there's enough connections that it can make something usable.
And that might make sense.
That makes total sense.
But we would have to do that now, because either we take it out of the regulations or we've gotta follow the regulation. So if you're gonna wait for a feasibility study, which is gonna be at least a year, it's probably gonna take a year, so you're talking
You gotta
2 to
pull
3
it out of
years
the
down the
regs.
road. You're either gonna pull it out of the regs now, or.
Yeah, but I say leave it in and give them that option to either build it or put the money in the escrow.
Well, I'm wondering if you back it off a little bit, because right now it's in almost, I don't know if I even saw one except for maybe
So just have it in
the
the
AR,
AR.
not the AR, but the agricultural. I think it's in almost every other section.
Well, mostly because there's little, well, I don't think it's in the lakefront.
No.
Right.
Definitely not in lakefront.
Yeah,
It's not in industrial, it's not in natural, there's probably like 7 zones, there's no sidewalk. Definitely not in natural, industrial,
I think it's most
lakefront
important.
too.
I think it's most important in the village core.
That's what I
Right.
think too.
Yeah, but remember, your village, your business hamlet is another little mini village.
You mean right here in town where
I mean, if and when it develops,
That ain't never gonna happen.
you don't know. The state is determined that this is gonna be our village.
They're also,
Determined.
they're also saying they're gonna conserve 30% of the land, so.
But yeah,
How's that gonna?
add how many houses?
That just makes no sense.
I know, it's like chat.
Well, I would say,
On my part,
I'd like to see that language. I mean, before, so if you wanna leave it in there, then what's the language gonna look like?
We're just gonna add the option
Well,
instead of building it.
I wanna see what that says.
Yeah,
right?
well, we have to write that, but
Cause I mean, I'm with Chris, we're pulling it out.
Yeah,
Let's change it.
I mean, the requirement for any sidewalks at the moment.
At the moment, yeah, cause I don't think it's
that's wrong.
And do you wanna, or do you wanna limit it to just like the village core and and village residential areas? Which encompasses the whole area that we've been talking about, putting sidewalks anyways.
Well, and the concern there is still
Well,
your
it
state
doesn't-
right away, if we're in state
Yeah.
right away and the
There you go.
landowner doesn't mean, according to the current ordinance, if the
The
landowner.
ordinance is your problem, not our.
We understand that.
I understand that, and I understand it's a problem, but what I'm saying is, if we continue on with that, if it goes into a state right away and say, like, Dollar General doesn't maintain their. I think it's Dollar General, if they don't maintain their sidewalk and someone trips and falls on it, technically the town is supposed to be maintaining that right now.
That's.
So-
that's what's in the.
So how do you go
It's
about
not the
changing your ordinance? It's a big process, isn't it?
No,
It's not a big.
Well,
no, yeah, it's a process, but I don't think it's a big process.
But that might be something we wanna look at.
I have a plan.
So you're saying the village and the residential village,
Right, that
and not
encompasses.
the residential neighborhood? Cause that's what's been in the regs all along, residential neighborhood, village and.
Right.
And the
Right, I would pull it out of the residential neighborhood, and just go residential village and village core, which is that high density quarter acre lot, smaller area.
Which would make all of these people that were complaining about it
Takes
today,
it out.
takes it all away from there for them.
And focus on one area to try to complete sidewalks in.
that makes more sense.
You got a big stretch in the residential neighborhood right now, people drive there to use the sidewalk.
Where,
Where?
where?
Oh,
Sandy.
I've never seen anybody on that sidewalk.
Oh, they do.
I-
They bring their
I live
kids
right
there and
so I
ride
see them all
bikes
the
up
time.
and down.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't see
they
anybody,
do.
but I also don't travel them.
I was gonna say, how often do you drive through?
Alright, so we have a plan for that.
Yes.
Okay. Second one, that short-term rental piece. So, I have an ordinance written that I was gonna send to Dave Rue to have him go through it. Is that, we would need to get that on your radar so that we can get that process through. If we're switching that around, is that, you guys wanna take that on, and we get that through?
They don't have a choice.
Well, they do have a choice.
We don't- No, you can get removed from the zoning regs and we can do nothing with it.
That's true.
Which me personally, I'm not keen on adding more ordinances.
No, I'm not either.
This is an ordinance for
It's the only way you
short-term
can
rental.
Short-term rental.
It's the only way you can do it.
It's the only, if it's the only way we can do it, so I'm clarifying, I'm not into adding more ordinances, but again, I wanna make sure we have a feasible way to enforce said ordinance, because that tends to be a problem in the town, we throw these ordinances out and we can't enforce them.
Right.
So that's a concern,
We can appoint you as the enforcer.
no, thank you. I
Doug's the.
already have enough jobs, and then also, I'd like to read it before I.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
I
have
just,
the-
I'm gonna, like I said, he sent me over, Stowe and I forget what the other one was. One was very strict, the other, Stowe was kind of in line with what we've had in our regulations as far as.
So even if you send that over to the select board, so we can just take a.
I can send it to you first before I send it over to Dave if you want, but, basically, it's gotta give some teeth, like I said, we've had complaints. We have no recourse.
Yeah.
And the biggest recourse for the whole thing really isn't the fees or, the ticket writing. It's, you don't get another license.
Right.
Right.
That's the big part of that, is, just getting them in, on, and we know what they're doing, we know where they are, and people know, like, if they call us, they're staying there, they call the town because there's an issue, we know how to get in touch with whoever's property that is. So, right now, it's a mystery.
Right.
I mean, I've seen where a lot of them are, there's The last time I checked about a year ago, we had 12 active. That were doing 6-figure numbers total in town, so it's not gonna get smaller. So I think looking at it, and like I said, the short-term rental company is the one that approached me about this and sent us out what they'd like to see, and that's kind of what we followed, is what they had recommended, so.
I was encouraged with what Grismore said, that they will help us enforce orders, if we have something in place, you know? So,
Yeah.
that was something I was told, we had no way to enforce it. The sheriff said that he would.
We called it back, said Doug would do it.
Yeah, we will not, we're not spending our budget.
Well, I think what Doug wanted
We have
was
so
to
many
have
hours.
some backup.
Okay, so anyway, keep
Well,
going.
seriously,
That's it, that's the only two I had. I mean, mobile food, you can look at that one as well, but if you wanna do that one.
Yeah, I just think you send it to us and let us
Right.
look at them and then
Yep.
we can.
Yep.
Move forward.
So, we done?
Did you have
And
any
we'll-
changes that you wanted?
Well, we can send them over to them afterwards. If we look at what
We're
we've got.
talking about it tonight.
Yes, because we want to make them, so if you want to go through them, go for it.
Good.
Is there anything major that anybody else wants to see in there?
Your
Because
flag.
you guys we talked about the wetlands.
What do you want to see the wetlands be?
I don't want to see an additional buffer, me personally, because I
Okay,
think
so
the
that's
buffer
that 20
is.
foot,
Remove the
and what
additional
about
buffer.
counting it in
100%.
common land?
I agree, it should be 100% included in common land, because you can't use it anyway, so you might as well have it as common land for people to go bird watch and whatever else they want to do in it.
And I know he's
That's my
probably sticking around because of the 16-foot thing. How do you guys feel about
Or
that?
he's just interested.
I get talked into 20 pretty easily if it was, if there was, is there any science behind the 16? Or is it just a number somebody pulled out of their hair?
I think it should just be taken to the 35. There's so many of them down there, they're already 35 anyway. They're 35 or more.
Driving, I mean, I've been looking at this lately because I've had several people in the office this week asking about this, so. It's difficult to see the lake as it is because the setbacks are small, the lots are all small, most of those lots are
Taken up
acre
by-
lots.
If that.
Yeah.
0.11, 0.12.
So when you're building that tight, it is difficult already to see that, and if you drive up to Quam Shore has done 2-story mega houses all the way up to Quam Shore.
Correct.
So I don't know if limiting it is a help or not, and I'm just throwing this out, like I said, I don't have it either way on this, but. If you're trying to build a grand list, building a bigger house obviously adds to your grand list without changing the impact. From any other standpoint, you're just building a bigger house, but it's gonna appraise higher, which is gonna increase your grand list. Those are the types of things that you might wanna look at.
And water quality, where's that going with this mega house?
Well, you still.
You
anything
still
on
got
the lake-
all those cars to park somewhere.
Right, and you're gonna be
Septic goes
limited.
somewhere.
Shoreline protection is involved at 250 feet
They're,
only.
they're always behind the 8 ball on the enforcing, it says you can only cut so many trees, but if you clear cut the whole thing and then they show up, what are they gonna do? Glue some back up? No, whoop, too late.
I just, in working with
We
them.
know
I've
people
seen
that have
them
done that.
Be difficult on that, so.
How did the people, I don't understand.
I think
How it
Georgia,
went
using
from,
Georgia Shore as a divider was a big thing that they wanted to see. Everybody on the eastern side of Georgia Shore, so the non-lake side, there's no reason they can't have a bigger house, a 2-story house on that side versus the lake side.
well, what about the lakeside then? You don't want to change that side then?
I have the 20-foot, take it away.
I
think if you
see
take
too
it
many
away-
houses down through there that are already above it.
Yeah,
So
but
why are
how
you
did they get
restricting-
away from that though?
They-
Because
They were at the time they built them, it was allowed.
So what's
because a
the
lot of
issue
them,
to
as
go
we were
from
growing up, all of a
15 to
sudden
20
went up.
feet?
16 to 20 or nothing.
16 to 35.
Or
It
40.
allows you.
Brian's going all
Yeah,
day.
I'm willing to compromise at 20.
Yeah, I like 20. And I don't have a problem with
20 doesn't allow you.
Is 26.
Does that get you a 2-story?
Two-story
house?
house.
16 gets you a 2-story house. It's
Well,
just
20
Give
a-
you 8-foot ceiling instead of,
Well, yeah,
I give you 9-foot ceiling.
I like
So-
9-foot ceilings.
Right, yeah.
What was that? I'm sorry.
20 feet would give you 9-foot ceilings as opposed to.
I
7-foot
compromise on
ceilings.
25.
And I'm not a builder, but I've heard roof lines too, if you do a certain roof line, you can't get 16 feet. So I don't know,
Yeah,
I'm not a builder, so I don't
Well,
know.
is that-
right. But yeah, let's do
Include
flat.
pitch of the roof.
Let's do a flat roof.
including the roof, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I say 16, they
Yeah.
include the roof, so
Yeah,
that's why I say 35, it's not a big deal. You go down through there, they're already there.
There are some, yes.
Yeah.
we didn't get to the roof one. What was that? I don't know. I don't wanna change it 3 times, so what do you guys?
I already said what I.
You have regs in there that if they tear down, it has to be built in the same footprint that it was.
Yes.
They
with
can't
it-
tear it all down. They can't tear it all
No.
down.
So if
They have to use it.
If it burned, though, it was a different story, right?
I feel compelled to speak up. I know some folks have said, with, in context of, well, there's some pre-existing uses, that are non-conforming, and so we should just allow other people to do the same thing. And now with the Lakeside, Lakeview argument, there are houses built that are above the 16-foot height limit, so maybe we should allow everybody to do that. I just want to caution a little bit. You guys can do what you want, but just because some people have done stuff that right now isn't allowed by the code, doesn't always mean we should just allow everyone else to do it, because it's going to slowly start to eat away at what I think we're trying to protect here. So I just want to throw that out there as a caution.
What are we trying to protect?
View
View from where?
from the lake and from the shore.
The other side, oh yeah, the other side.
Yeah,
of Georgia Shore Road.
most of Georgia Shore slopes up, so if you're gonna allow 35 there, and you've got your setback, you aren't obscuring view, even if you went to 35. Driving down the road, you've already got the camps in the way anyway, whether they're 16 feet, 35 feet, or 20 feet. There's little squat in between the lake. What it's going to do is the grand list will come up as well. Because anybody who has that camp that now wants to make it a full-time use, they have to get the septic through the state, they have to meet all that stuff. It's now gonna be taxed at that rate.
So you're
So-
proposing allowing a 3-story building on the
Not
lot?
3-story, 35 foot would only do you 2.
I thought,
You could do a 3-story building.
Three here.
Could do a 3-story building.
I just picture, was it East Lake Shore Drive or West Lake Shore Drive in Colchester?
You know,
One of those are, if you build, straight up.
Yeah.
3 stories.
Well, the
Back to back.
blue house that was formerly Phil Remelar's, that's a 2-story. That's
Huge.
over 20 feet easily. That's a
That's a
tall,
30.
skinny.
and I'm sorry, 7 right next to it.
You know, I don't know.
But we're done.
There's a septic next to it.
You have to get this in first.
I mean, I would be able to say 25, that would keep you to a 2-story. And it would also, I mean, if I could see where 35 might be. You could slam in a 3rd story on there and make it funky and do a different roof line and have it work.
And you
But-
see that up on the cliff, like if you're saying it's up, so you've got this 3-foot thing that's
Yeah.
huge,
So
You're saying,
5 would allow you to do a nice.
St. Albans Town has 26.
there you
There you
go,
go.
so 26.
Okay, well then.
Now you tell us this?
They must have done some kind of research, right?
Oh, let's go, 26. If you're driving down the road, I hope like hell you look at where you're going, not looking at it anymore.
Valid point.
I mean,
I move we go to 26 feet.
All right.
Well, we're not, we don't have to have more.
I-
We don't have to-
Anything?
We're just giving him advice.
6 sounds good. to me.
I just would rather change things once.
Agreed,
than
but why go through this,
Yeah.
if we're gonna change it.
Okay, that's one, Brian, what else you got?
So you're
I
gonna
don't think
do,
it's
you wanna
the
do
end
the
of that.
20? Wanna do the 26 to the 250 line, or do you wanna change on Georgia Shore?
Georgia Shore, Lakeview
I
and
like 16.
Lakeside.
Huh?
Lakeview and.
Susanna's still under 16, so you guys are gonna have that conversation.
Yeah, but you guys said that, you guys said.
You could have convinced me at 20, but we just
Yeah,
kept going.
Lakeside,
kept going, and going.
Well,
Lakefront,
look at this one,
Lakefront.
not the whole thing. He wants
State of
Lakefront,
its town.
right?
Lakefront 26, Lakeview 35.
Yeah, which is,
Lakeview
that's what
35.
it is,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I think going
Lakefront 26.
Lakefront 26, Lakeview 35 still.
Right, but Lakeview is at 250.
Right.
Right.
No,
Yeah.
Right, you're 250 back.
Right, that's how, I just,
Yep.
everybody knows.
And that's from
It's not
Georgia
just
Shore.
on the lake. it's
Not
on
just,
the-
not just on
From the water,
The water,
from the water, yeah.
yes, okay.
I think that makes it easier, I think the 250 makes it easier, because that aligns with the.
That aligns with, yeah. That's good. Hey, look at my, we got sidewalks done, we got this done, this is awesome.
Alright.
We're gonna go home.
Now I heard it.
Well,
You know what?
Brian's
I
got
do
stuff.
have stuff.
keep going.
What page are
Um,
you on? 2-6, thank you.
Oh, wow, we got a long way to go.
Who's ordering pizza?
You're at AR zone,
That's my bedtime.
yeah,
you mentioned to me.
you have 5 acres of.
5 acre zoning in the AR zone.
That's what, we didn't change
Nah,
that.
changed.
Right,
That, I think that you're changing a lot of other stuff. I think that should be changed to 2.5 acres. And I think that.
No, I think, no,
And
I
I
think
think
that's,
you should also be able to do cottage courts there. If you want to promote keeping farmscapes, that's the only way you're gonna do it. The only way you're gonna allow that to happen, should have been done decades ago. And then you wouldn't have seen as many farms go out as they have. And you'd be a much denser population in the areas that are around roads. But that's my personal opinion, and I've
I
seen.
think we've given densities in many other zones to keep people. Try to maintain those. Farm zones and open fields, and that's a lot of the whole of Georgia.
yeah.
I think that would mean a lot, that would. We tried
I
not, we
think,
tried
I
not to
think
change.
if we
the
lowered that,
too
you
much.
would see a lot
Yeah,
of
they-
construction. In our AR1 zone, which you don't want more houses next to the farms, but that's my take on it.
Now, could you modify that? To allow, if you do a PUD, to use 2.5 acres instead of 5 acres for your PUD,
Or cottage court.
right? So right now, if you had 20 acres of land, you can only do a 4-house PUD.
Right, but their open land could be a farm field,
Well, only 20%,
huh?
only 20%.
Well, the more of it could be, only 20% has to be.
Right, but if you went to 8 houses in that PUD, you're not taking away any more land.
But you're building a lot more houses right next to where they're gonna spread manure, or have
I'm
pigs,
just throwing it out.
or, you know what I'm saying?
No, I'm just throwing it
If
out.
you build a close-knit little community of mega mansions, I don't think they wanna live next to the pig farm, or, you know, where manure spread. I'm just saying, you know, that's a concern of the woman who's here, the farmer, and,
You know when
You
you're
know.
buying. Everybody does the research.
well, it always looks dreamy when you're excited about that new house, and you don't think about all the, right, those people on the class 4 road maybe didn't really do enough research. What else you got? But
Doesn't do any good with you, because you wanna go home.
that's true, I'll say. I'm into it.
No, you aren't. I'll take my suggestions
He's
with.
leaving town anyway, so that's why it's.
I'm good.
Well, what else you got? Let's do
I'll
it.
do them later.
I'll send
You're already there.
No, I
Doesn't do
just,
me any good. I mean, if it was
the
important,
whole
if it
point,
was important to you, I would have stuck it, but
I'm sticking.
no.
My only
I'm
point
good.
was, they've made some huge changes to lot sizes already. which I think are really great. It's just, I don't see.
We're trying to come a little closer to our surrounding towns. I mean, we looked at
Yeah.
a lot of other
Yeah.
Franklin County towns
That
and,
one just doesn't.
you know, they're all way smaller than us. We had huge lots, we couldn't even find a town that had lot sizes like we had.
Yeah,
My
There's-
sentiments
there-
exactly.
I'll end with two that you had mentioned to me before that I think probably might be worth talking about. We have a limit of 10 single-family dwellings on a private road. Should that be
Why?
eliminated?
I liked when it was 3, just saying. That's what-
Is there, is there, and I couldn't
Why
really
do
think of a
we care?
reason why we should care how many.
Why would we care?
on a private road.
And why 10?
I think now that we make them build the roads up to the standards, it probably shouldn't matter.
We should go to that way.
Yeah, I would.
Don't have a limit, right?
Right.
Way they get, it's spread out amongst a lot more people to bring it up to that.
I still love when it was 3.
Part of that equation usually,
Well, that's the other one is the 1,000.
sorry, part of that equation usually comes from the fact that when you have a very long road with multiple houses on it, private roads tend to be dead ends. If something happens on that road, it could prevent fire department from accessing half the houses on that road. So they usually want to limit the number of houses on it. That's usually where that provision comes from in most zoning codes, but I can't speak for where it came from in this one.
Roads are easy.
We have
I'd say that about any road.
Yeah. 376.
Yeah, but he's saying there's not, you know, if there was an accident that closed the road and then there was a fire beyond that, there's no other way to get in there.
Oh, you better knock on.
That happens.
Most other roads have other connections, but private
Right.
roads tend to be dead ends. That's where that usually comes from.
That makes sense.
I have a quick question about the A76 road. So if the developer comes in and does build this, is it automatically then a town road and the town maintain it?
No. You read the whole document.
No, I.
Because it says,
They would have to petition.
And I can't remember the last time we.
And at this point, the town says no.
Oh, I know. No one wants to take over.
Laura's Woods,
But,
last road.
Yeah, Sherwood Forest.
Yeah.
okay, so just wanted to clarify.
Along the same with private roads was eliminating the private road length restriction. Or changing the length restriction.
That was the fire department wanted that.
Right,
Yeah.
now we've upgraded all the road standards and we've got cul-de-sacs and.
And so have you run that by Keith and the fire department?
And it's kind of interesting that we require cul-de-sacs and they're supposed to be maintained, but you drive around anywhere in town that has a cul-de-sac, and I guarantee you it will not be plowed in the winter. Guaranteed,
Mine is.
because I've visited several and everyone just has a little cat path, looks like a, dog walk through it, not.
They have a roadway agreement that says that.
I know, but when their house burns down and they complain.
And
They don't
then,
know the
Well, you
sound.
gotta get the. Enforcement officer out there.
yeah, let me know when that happens. And then the last one I think is the changing the accessory dwelling size from 150 square feet to 200 square feet.
It's re-blowing.
So
No, that's your, just.
the accessory, no, or not
Accessory
accessory
building.
dwelling, accessory structure.
Structure.
Oh, so you can do a shed.
No. Oh, who brought that up? You brought that up? I was gonna say, we fought to change it to 150, because it was.
We all thought about
It's
it.
100.
Right.
The proposed was, right now it's 100, the proposed is 150.
I want
The other one that he brought up was 200. That's all. I know.
This 200 what?
Square
feet.
For a shed.
Accessory structure like a shed.
That you don't need to get a permit.
Oh, okay.
You have to meet your setbacks.
20 by 10.
Yeah, but if you don't get a permit, you don't know the setbacks, and you put it right over on your neighbor's property.
And
We
you don't
have
have to-
so many of them that aren't even on people's property.
That's gonna happen with a smaller one anyway, if they're gonna do
If
that.
you come in and get a permit, we're gonna say you can't put it there, you gotta put it
What I'm
over.
saying, because it's just, it's 100 now, they can still put it on their person's property and it still is still on the other person's property.
But now it's twice as big on the other person's property, you know?
Often that's there.
They got
They
that.
gotta-
I kinda like going bigger.
Ask Doug how he likes dealing with neighbors who don't get along.
It's a problem, it's a problem all the way around, but I'm not sure, the only thing you're gonna see difference from my standpoint on this, I think 100 was way too small. Because especially with sheds, we don't really have a great mechanism to go after them. I don't know about them until when we do a reappraisal, there's gonna be a ton of sheds that people have never had permitted, so I know that's an issue. Going to 200 square feet, the only difference you're gonna see is we're gonna lose some income. I don't really think it's that big a deal, honestly, but we're gonna lose permit income. I don't go check a shed. If they tell me they built it, they signed it, they said they built it where they did. I don't go out and measure, cause I don't know where their sideline is.
Right.
But if a neighbor complains, then we say, this is where they said they built it, and we. that-
drive
that's-
around
That's one thing.
Lawrence Woods, there's a shed that's this big ugly
Oh,
freaking thing,
I-
the front lawn, and it's half onto the neighbor's property, it's
Yeah,
pretty obvious.
There's other sheds I know in town that are built on across the property lines, they say.
So a lot of them are,
Mine are
other
not.
people come in with a project and you say, what's this building? They say, oh, that's my neighbor's shed. Well, why is it on your property? I don't know.
I have a pool that's half in somebody else's yard right now, we just saw, so. But they don't, if the neighbors don't care, they don't care, but.
They use the pool.
Right. At least that happened.
Mine too.
We're getting punchy.
Yeah, so I just think, I don't, from my standpoint, it doesn't really matter, 150 or 200 doesn't matter, so.
200 square feet you can live in, just saying.
I think.
You can.
Not with my husband, I'll take it.
Okay, what else we got?
Yeah.
You're not getting too much.
4-7, you guys
Go ahead,
talked
do it,
about the
do it.
boulders and all that stuff. Did you want that in there or not in there? For the
Boulders.
wetland?
Oh, yeah, you want to remove all that language.
Yeah, we want that all gone.
Okay, I didn't know for sure if you all wanted it all done.
We just need to say that it needs to meet the,
It needs to be, yeah, it has an A&R wetland permit, and it needs to meet all the permit. And I get all of that permit information gets emailed to me every time somebody pulls one, I get it, I look at them. I mean, we've got people building, that's how I found out about it, was through their wetland permit, so. It's, yeah, we have a lot of, and they're better, their recourse is much better than ours. So, let them handle that.
So what was decided on the 10 dwelling units and the length of the private road? Was there a consensus?
If. I think the 10 dwelling units, I thought everybody was okay with getting rid of that.
Okay.
What was
Did
the
we
other one?
say-
The length of the road, I didn't get anything.
Well, I said, did you check with fire chief?
I have a feeling with the new road, so a lot of that, I think, went into effect when we had roads that were narrower, that had pull-offs and hammerheads.
Yeah, right.
Now everything's built to 24 foot, you can pass 2 trucks. I don't foresee an issue there, I can bring it up to him, but I don't foresee an issue.
Yeah.
I would just shoot him an email and just ask that
Yeah,
question.
but I don't.
He was on just a minute ago, he's not.
The
No,
1,000-foot
damn it.
restriction was a fire department
Right.
request years ago. And
Yeah,
it was based supposedly on the hose that the truck carried.
yeah,
That's right.
Was carrying.
right.
And
right.
right.
That's
and
why
it was a
double
thousand-
check.
Drawing water, you don't wanna draw water halfway down the road and connect to a hose.
I have one more question. You're on AUDs.
Just be dwelling
Yes.
units.
It says in there, I think this was something that came up, accessory dwelling units. Do you have to live on the property?
Oh, yeah, that was
So
it.
it's, yeah,
Yeah, I've gotten that question a lot. So the state allows, so the
It's
state
on
allows
page
accessory
7.
dwelling units wherever you have a single family dwelling, we can't deny it.
even if you don't live
But
there.
you need to live in one or
Well,
the other.
the state says you need to live in one or the other, we had less than that rule, the problem is, I have a property right now. That I've already contacted once. How do I know if they're living there or not?
Right.
So now somebody created an ADU, they sell their property. They don't really know about that rule, and so they rent both of them out. And I've got that happening
But
right now.
I would think it'd be easy to find out if they're paying taxes as a resident or not, right?
Well, only one person.
Doesn't mean they're living there though.
Yeah,
Do they file the homestead declaration with you guys?
Oh,
no, I go to the
No.
state.
We know.
Right,
people-
so you wouldn't necessarily know,
I
but
don't
at
know.
the same time, you don't necessarily want to have a situation where a lot of people are buying houses building ADUs and just renting them both out while they sit in Florida and collect a check.
Well, I think this is
Especially
gonna
if
become
they're
a bigger
short-term rental.
issue down the road. I think right now you can have a handle on it because it's popular right now, but down the road as these properties sell and we have one that's sold. I don't, that's an issue. And we've got, actually, well, there's two in town that I know of right now that one wants to do it, the other one is.
So
doing
you
it.
want it to stay the way it is?
No, I think we should get rid of it so that
Cause you can't enforce it.
it's one of those things that you can't enforce. I won't know. Unless somebody tells me, I don't know if the person who owns the property is living there or not.
And I do know from court cases, at least in New York State, the legality of requiring them to live there is touchy ground because it's kind of immaterial legally. We can zoning, we can regulate the land use, but the ownership is a separate issue. So it's legally murky.
Yeah.
No, it's, and like I said, I don't think it's an issue, it's big an issue now, but it's gonna be used as changing it.
Based on that, we're gonna eliminate.
The requirement to
Yeah.
live on the
That
property.
you don't have to live there.
And it just increases housing units. I mean, really, honestly, what do we care if they live there or they don't? So,
If they don't, we get more taxes because it's not residential.
well, they would file an SP, yeah. Okay.
What about you, Brian? Chris?
I think I've covered most of mine.
How did,
I'll have to finish reading it, but
this actually came
I would.
through my conversation today with Kevin.
With who?
Kevin. Cottage courts, having cottage courts exempt from commercial offset in the village core, kind of like a fiveplex.
I'm sorry.
So currently we have fiveplexes. Fiveplexes in the past have not been a part of the commercial offset. It's been considered a commercial structure. That language isn't, I didn't find that language in here and I don't know, Michael, if you found that language. So if that's gonna be something we're gonna carry forward, because that's kind of a big deal in some of the developments we're looking at. But if we are gonna allow for fiveplexes not to have a commercial offset, should we allow the same thing for a cottage court?
Cottage court is very different. You know, it has the courtyard. So
It's six units, a courtyard. It has specific it has specific things around it, but do we wanna make it part without?
and what's their size? They're limited on size.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
small.
they're small.
They're very
units.
small.
What size?
600.
Okay,
Well, it's, I forget.
so then we go to Kevin's, so we're building that 2 stories high and we put in a stairway, there's not even room for space
Yeah,
upstairs.
but we said that
you know?
there had to be an upstairs on these, remember, we said they,
I think there's just, yeah, the cottage courts are 2-story.
remember, cause
What's
we
the
wanted
kind
them
of
to be.
It's.
There's a new.
Yeah.
It is a new thing.
I gotta look at it.
Oh, I know one more thing, we don't have a definition for common land,
You don't have a what?
a definition for common land,
Or recreational use.
right, so we
That's the
need
other
that.
thing I had. The definitions. Oh.
I thought there was one more that we didn't have, I have no idea. Common land was one.
You guys
I thought there was 2.
come up with a definition.
Yeah.
Yes, I think, they're all signed up.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks for sticking it out. If you were to send us a
So
pizza,
do
we'd
we
love
have
it.
another meeting or is it their turn this time?
I think you should have another one.
No, planning commission is now done this process.
It's now in your court.
We'll make whatever these changes are, it then goes to the select board, and then from there on, it's the select board, so if they make a major change. It goes back to the select board.
Anything.
Anything that impacts land use. So if it's a spelling error, something's not numbered correctly, that's a minor change, you can approve it with that, but if. you
Change
take
the lot
anything-
size
Right,
requirement.
that's gonna have to go back through and be another 15 days and another meeting.
So the changes we talked about tonight, those are major changes.
That's what we're
That's
gonna,
why
do.
we're trying to
That's what we're
get
trying to
all of
find.
That's why we wanted to
And
get
then
it done
we're gonna warn a meeting 15 days out.
with you
for
guys.
Just like
Whatever
that,
you guys tell me, but
just like this meeting.
So we'll be
that-
on
it's
that
just that-
side and you'll be on this side.
every time in the last 15
Okay,
days.
so I'll just switch seats.
When did you say that?
I didn't see that.
Was that?
When did I send
the July 16th?
Was the last
Yeah, we talked about that a while ago.
Yeah, and,
Okay,
I didn't see.
I'll read.
I don't think it's on my calendar. Can you just send me another email?
July 16th, is it next meeting?
If we can,
Well,
if we can,
if.
I have to be able to button all this up and then get it pre-warned and.
We're
Yeah, it's
just trying to
15
think
days.
of the timeline so it doesn't have to restart, is Doug and I were kind of together on that.
So we have a meeting on the 14th and the 16th. Yep.
Or Doug and I were talking, it would be cause it has to be after the.
Yeah.
16th.
Well, you could get to the 14th if we can get this done anyway.
Well, we have a select board meeting on the 14th of July.
Right. It's a matter of, do you want to do a select meeting, this kind of meeting?
Based on that.
So anyway, just, I'll work with Stacy as far as we need to do
Yeah.
for.
Okay. I guess you'll let us know then. Thanks.
Comments on
I think that's down. Brian, did you have other major changes that we were talking about? You should address. Thought you did.
Yeah. There's 15 more days.
Okay.
You were done.
You can tell, right, 60 at a time. And it'll be good because you can rope in things. Conversations out there.
Okay, I was looking at that.
I mean, I get them talking, but holy cow.
Fred bringing up something that didn't even have to do with.
Right,
I'm still
that's why you
public
gotta like.
session, just so we're aware.
What?
Didn't tell the public.
Will be in recording.
I have nothing else. Brian, you bring up. Yeah,
All right.
Paul's bringing you home.
No, Chris.
I'm bringing him home. You want to bring him home now? Or no? Yeah, I can trust you. You know, thank you all. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you all for your hard work. Get to this point, okay? That's something. Oh, wow. Thank you for patience.
I don't know where you think you're going.
All right.
Thank you, my guys.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Are you guys staying?
Nope.
No, we still gotta go through all.
Couple
Yeah.
more of them gone, behind the camera.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, I know, that's fine.
There's a few.
Okay.
Hey, here, all right.
So page 228, we're gonna change that map.
When?
Change or?
Or delete, are we deleting that map?
I does.
We were going to delete the map and I was going to add language to the effect of that future development in this village core area works with developers' plans to try and incorporate a grid of interconnected access ways or something to that effect. I'll work on that.
All right, and then we need to remove short-term rental. Well, short-term rental, we just need to remove the language about the permitting and all of that. Where it can be located, we can keep in our regs. The land use side of it, but the rest of it will have to.
So
put down.
section 6, short-term rental and
And then
the
mobile
food truck.
Yeah. Mobile food, we can leave it in there, the same thing, like where they can be located, that sort of thing, just take out the licensing portion. You wanna do anything with that, the cottage courts being exempt from commercial offset?
So they're allowed in the South Village?
They are.
They are allowed in South, in the village core, yes.
They seem a little weird in the village core, but
No, I do.
Well, I haven't, so, my feeling here is. A developer is gonna go in and they're gonna put in a few of these.
Back to
units,
back.
Back to back. And another way to offset it is to require them to create a community building versus the commercial building.
Or what about a community playground? Can that be the same thing?
Well, the community building, because they're small houses, if you put your mail centers,
Oh, yeah,
a workout
yeah.
room, a larger room that they can utilize for a party or something like that.
But if they're gonna do like a bunch of them, make them do the playground too, what are you talking about, right?
So I like the idea of the community building. And how can we say, you know, how can we either limit how many go in or have them do something else if they put in a whole bunch of them?
There's language in there that says that they have to have the shared common space and amenities for no more than 12 units in a, let's say, a pod. And then if they have more than that, then they have to create a whole nother pod. I
Right.
don't think we have limited how many pods.
I'm not concerned about how many are in each grouping, but do I want half the South Village to be, what are these things called? Cottage courts, you know, because if they don't have to put the commercial part in, then just build a whole bunch of cottage courts, you know? And that kind of, again, now we've lost all our land now we've got a bunch of people living there that could use the businesses and the businesses have no space to fill.
So the business structure is difficult. I mean, I hear that.
I understand it is, I understand that, and I know it's not gonna happen fast, I think reducing it from
Yeah,
50-50 to only a quarter, it should be a huge gain for them. And there are things that are needed, daycares are needed, you know, Kevin's like, what would I do with 30,000 square feet? Well, a huge chunk of that could be your daycare, a huge chunk of that.
well, and he has to find somebody that
Right, that's
That
willing
wants to do
to
it.
run it.
But I mean, I'm looking at, well, Fairfax is eliminating that because they're not renting out first floors. So they're commercial on their first floor, so they're changing that over to residential. They're just, people are not filling the commercial spaces, so they have a lot of empty space. We don't want empty space either.
Right,
So what if we limit, and this is another possibility, is limit it all to state highway? So if you're along Route 70 or along 104A, you need the commercial offset. I agree that Dollar Grove's not the ideal place for commercial,
Yeah.
but I know that
but
just,
it'd be much
isolates
better for a daycare than Route 7, you know, so there's commercial that you don't necessarily want right on the main drag.
right,
What if we make them, I know you say, does the commercial have to be put up right away, or can there be
Yeah.
a designated set of land that's put aside?
they'll never.
That if a business
Yeah,
comes
they'll
in,
never build it if we do it that way. And
Yeah,
they
that's
sell it to
fine.
somebody else and then the game starts over again, you know?
We have it tied right to, like, they had to build one building per so many houses,
Right.
but then they had to build a second building before I would permit the rest of it, so. Yeah, otherwise it won't ever get built,
okay.
so.
I think that makes sense. The commercial requirement on state highways only.
I mean, it's either that or if you do that exemption, yes, you're gonna have people who are gonna take advantage of that to put more residential in and not have the commercial.
Yeah, just
So-
build all 5 plexes in cottage courts and then you won't have any land left, so that's why. I don't think that somebody's gonna come in and build a ton of 5 plexes, they're not that popular, but the cottage courts. You could build a lot of those and take up a big chunk of the land, so maybe,
Even both didn't have that many, you had a section of them. but-
maybe you can't have cottage courts. On the main roads, that they have to be back, you know, on private roads or whatever, you know what I mean? Cause you wanna save that road frontage.
If we require it,
Michael, did you have something on that, or?
Yeah, no, I'm just having a hard time picturing a cottage court anywhere in the BC, just because the whole point of them is they're supposed to be designed to fit into like a small residential neighborhood.
Residential.
And that's why they're chopped up into these little tiny, so it's a way of getting multifamily housing in a residential neighborhood without freaking out the neighbors.
Well, that's why I felt
I
like, I didn't realize they were allowed. to take
If
them out
you
of
put it on a
zoning.
main road, nobody would ever buy this because it would just be unattractive place to live.
Oh, I don't wanna go through the permit process.
I had somebody come in, I had somebody come in today that actually
Yes.
was looking at a property over on Sunset Drive or excuse me, that saw the cottage courts as an option. It was like, I can buy this property and put 6 houses in there. Like, if you can make it all work, yes, but and they were like, yeah, that's breaks it down to a $400,000 purchase of a house. That's only like 70,000 per house for upfront costs. So he's like, that makes more sense to do that. So he was all in favor of it. Like, as a developer, he was like, yeah, this makes sense. So I think that is exactly what we wanted to see was those areas.
So how about we take them out of the south though?
That's another option.
I think that's a good idea.
I think that's a good,
Okay.
I think you lose the commercial space. I know it's gonna, for 20 years.
So why can't McCracken's, I don't even know whether his property is, but why was he complaining about not being able to put in
Because the franchises he's talking to want to build their standard building.
and we're requiring 2 stories no
And-
matter
And
what?
most franchises or most
Single
commercial, buildings that look the same, every cookie cutter buildings are all single story.
So that's the other thing we have to change, I think, is we say 2 habitable stories.
It shouldn't be habitable.
Or I think we gotta get rid of that, cause like the church.
Yeah.
Right.
They could make that look 2 stories and it's gonna be tall enough to be 2 stories.
Right.
But
Right.
there's no,
But
the second story is.
We didn't want a false second floor that was just rafters and there was no usable space up there either, so.
Point of having the 2-story, sorry, the whole point of having the 2-story is to double our tax ratables. So the church is the last person we want building anything there. Sorry, no offense, but they can have a 2-story cathedral ceiling, but it doesn't help our goals.
Right. Well, it does.
The church is already there, they just wanna.
It does help our goals in another section. I'll know, off subject for a quick second, but before I forget. Did you get the email I sent out today? For planning?
I did.
So I was in a meeting with the state a couple weeks ago. And we still can go for village designation this year. The village designation that regional planning is talking about is at least 1 to 2 years out by the time that approval process and they go into play. We have situations right now that we could be using that for. We have developers right now who could be using those Act 250 exemptions. So I reached out to the gentleman who was at our meeting, who ends up being a bigwig with Vermont Housing Authority. So I reached out to him, he put me in touch with this other person, the woman that who had responded to me, and I don't know if you read her response, but basically it said, oh yeah, we can do that, as long as you're not looking at that area over by the interstate. So I put a response to her saying, we wanna meet, she wants to meet, so I'm gonna plan a meeting with her out there. I wanna have you guys there, I want the select board there, I want whoever wants to show up there. It'll be much harder for her to say no to a group than it will be
You.
me. But I also labeled out like all the businesses we have, the structures we have, but the church now is being part of that in the village core. The church is now going to is a plus for us.
Yeah.
So these are all pluses that we put in, and this, so I laid it all out for us to why, and also the fact that we can't get grant funding for this area, for the growth, we need the Act 250 funding, and we just lost Perigo. We need a replacement for our tax base. And so I think if we put some pressure on them, we might get that. That will then be grandfathered, which overrides regional planning's map that they don't want to do work with us on, and get us through that process. So I'm trying.
Grandfathered back how far?
What if you get your village designation or the current designation, they grandfather you to automatically have that for the new system. So you're not having to follow regional plannings.
Oh, when they pass theirs.
When they pass theirs, our system automatically just becomes that one.
And you're gonna push it all the way to the end, right?
Yes.
Okay. which makes total sense.
Yeah, we have a lot on the line right now. We're right at the edge of the development. There's, you know, I've got Kevin talking about water. We have, and there's water systems down there. There's wastewater systems down there that I've heard now can be changed. We need grant money. We can't access it. Like,
Right, they're holding us
if
up.
they, right, if they build this, and we don't have the time to do it, we can't change it after the fact. This
Right.
is the time for us to do it, so.
When do you think that meeting's gonna be with her?
I don't know, I haven't. They have a deadline, I think it's October is when this cutoff is.
We wanna do
So
it.
we were told we had time to get in and do it, so.
So we
it's-
need to do it soon.
Right, so I'm just waiting for her to, I just emailed her back today, you can read my response to her. I'll push to get a meeting with them and we'll go from there and we'll push on them to get it where they want, but this is not the area that we wanted it. If they wanna give it to us, fine, but this isn't.
This is just
There
that
is nothing
extra.
here that, there is no store anymore, people talk about, there is no store anymore, like, you know.
That was the last holdout anyway,
Right.
you know, it was like no business.
But the language she used was revitalization, so I made sure in my response is, you know, we're revitalizing the old campground, we're revitalizing the old amusement center that was there. These are all revitalization projects.
Yeah.
So it fits within what they are saying, I don't know why the pushback, I don't understand it, when you're talking about wanting growth, I don't understand.
Well,
the
even
pushback.
on the other side of the road, the dance, you know, the video stores, the dance place,
Right.
if there was.
It's always.
If
been
that was a
something.
South Village, designate, or a village designation, or whatever they call it. That they could get some of these grants and kickbacks, then those buildings would be raised, and something real would go in there,
Right.
and we wouldn't be, you know, having. You know, some of those buildings are constantly changing to
Yeah.
something else, cause nobody can make it work.
So I'm putting a push on it, I'll let you know what I find out, I'll keep you guys in the loop, but, we circled you into that, but I didn't wanna forget about that, so.
Alright, so back to 213, are we changing it to 24, 26, 16? What are we doing?
Where are you?
213, the,
Lakefront, like,
We went.
Oh, that was it.
26, right?
okay, so I just wanna.
I didn't vote for that, I want you to make that very clear, that I did not vote for that.
I got a feeling that a lot of people are gonna not bug you anymore.
I don't know, I thought that freaking Fred would be happy because we changed it, so the
I know.
whole zone is the
Oh.
same, and there wasn't an
I know.
exception for larger lots, and instead he comes in and he just whines about 5,000 freaking things, I was like, are you kidding?
Did that. Allowing 100% of the wetland in a PUD. Honestly, they're on board with it, so it's gonna probably change when it goes there, that's the one thing you
Yeah.
gotta keep in mind, I guess. So,
So they can't do anything.
Sorry, Doug, is that only in relation to the open space calculations for a PUD?
the open space
Yeah.
calculations in the
Right.
PUD, yeah.
And then what about the 20-foot buffer thing too, that they wanna get rid of?
Yeah, I mean,
I
There's
feel
no
there has to be
wetlands
a little bit of a buffer, if you build right up to it, you're still gonna mow your lawn and you'll be mowing that buffer, I mean.
and but that becomes a state issue, and they do drive around and talk to people, they got the guy on Polly Hubbard Road, they went down and talked to him. So, he came in one day all upset about it, cause he got a letter from A&R, and he met with them. So, you know, just like Park New, they're obviously going around and looking at these properties now. Which I'm not sure if they were doing before or not, but they seem to be actively doing it.
I know they wanted to get rid of.
So sorry, going back a step, the two-story, two things in the village core, the two-story,
Oh, that's right.
second story enclosed, I don't have a problem with that, I think to allow some people to build a false second story. I think is okay, cause I think that's the exception more than the rule, I think.
As long as it's not
Someone
a
like-
face
as long-
thing,
yeah,
that is an actual
Well,
building.
I say they have to get a waiver or something to do that. That our standard is usable second story, and if it's not a usable second story, cause it's a franchise who
Right.
refuses to do that, whatever.
Cause I mean, cause Dollar General's already that,
I just feel like that's a lot of, it could be a lot of potential
If,
housing or whatever that we're losing out on if we allow a lot of those buildings. to
But
be
I think
built.
that's gonna be exception more.
If our- our goal
Something
is to
between-
increase
The
the
medical,
value, the ratables of the property by going 2 stories instead of just one, just having
Right.
a fake second story that is for like mechanical equipment or storage. I don't think that really moves the needle.
I agree. I don't have a problem with the waiver thing. I just think that would be the exception more than the rule. Because if you told Bo, I want you to build a 2-story building, but you can't use the second story, you go, what?
Right, so letting the DRB have a waiver.
But have a waiver,
Yeah.
I think that.
And that leaves it in the DRB.
so it still have to be 2 stories tall, but
Right.
whether it's usable or not.
A waiver
They
to
can get a
the
waiver.
second story on it.
Yeah. Okay. So we got that one, right?
And then the other 2-story thing is the 1,200 square foot footprint. Or 1,200 square foot.
Max size house
max
and stuff.
house.
So our houses
sorry.
down there that we just built are 1,200 square feet.
Right, they're single
One
story.
story.
They're single story.
Right, that's what he's saying is a
Oh.
2-story. We're requiring it to be 2-story.
And 1,200 square feet, so
And
it makes
12.
600 square feet per floor.
A lot of capes are that size. He makes it sound like no houses are that size.
That is kind
I
of.
mean, you look at the old houses in Georgia, they're either capes or ranches, and the capes are.
But they're not
well,
2-story ranches.
the capes are.
Right. But from 12 to 1,500 square feet, does it really make it that big a difference?
Well, that's what we call our small house when you
Right.
build a PUD, so I guess not.
Right.
I just think that people need to,
So that goes to 1,500 square feet.
looking so large.
Um,
So we're putting the language in for 5 unit exempt from commercial, right?
Yeah,
And we're taking cottage courts out of South Village.
Yes. One thing I noticed. On that table 3.1 on 3.3. There's one, the very first line. Single,
yeah, that's
well,
that needs to be changed.
the P/C
Yes,
under B, yeah, that doesn't mean anything, right?
permitted. Oh, yeah, P class C is nothing. It should be a P/S.
Yes, yeah, okay.
That's a good catch.
Wait, where is that?
Page 3.3.
Yeah,
On single dwelling household in the business district, it's a P/C, there is no P/C.
oh,
Should
look at that.
be /S.
That snuck by us. Good catch.
Well, that's the same with 1 and 2 at the bottom, those snuck by too.
Which,
I read
while
the-
we're on that topic, can I raise something that's been confusing me for a while? Right now, and for a while, we have a provision in here that says that single family, or single household dwellings are allowed in the village core as part of a mixed use development.
Right,
That doesn't make any sense to me because a single household dwelling is just someone's private home. You can't have a private home as part of a mixed use development.
Well, it's your definition of development, that's all.
so they have 5 acres of property. On that property, they're gonna put some single family homes. But they also have to have a commercial building somewhere to offset that, the 1-to-4 ratio of that commercial.
Or they could put some condos, a single family home and a commercial or whatever,
Right.
so that's
So
the
you're saying
development.
even if somebody's building a single family home, they have to have a commercial offset?
Yes,
Yes,
Okay.
that allows them to build several single family homes.
The commercial offset would be on their same property as their private home?
well, they can divide the lots, they may
But so-
start out with a giant piece of land and they can subdivide it.
There's nothing over there that would be, there's no lots over there that just would have a single family home on it.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering why we were even allowing single family homes as a,
You didn't used to, it's a Doug thing.
No, I understand that there are single family homes in the South Village right now. And
One of them was your map change.
okay, so the idea is we would still allow it a single family home, but they also have to build a commercial component.
I do know where I don't wanna get my hair cut.
Yeah.
Sorry, Michael, let's get it.
Okay, that's a new one on me. I've never come across that before.
So the commercial, you're right, so they're allowing them just, as long as they have a commercial offset somewhere on the property. As part of the development, that's where it's being allowed.
Okay, I might reword that so it's more clear that this is
Right.
not a commercial offset.
No, I agree.
I was picturing like a multi-story development with someone's house on top of it.
Strip mall.
He called that out today.
They love strip malls.
Okay, we have. That's. You know, so it's okay, I think. All right, reducing the AR zone, we're not going to do that.
No.
No. So this is gonna be the.
Sorry, what are we not doing?
Reduce the AR zone.
The lot size, minimum lot size.
PUDs. So, like I said, people have come in and talked to me, so PUDs in the Lakeview Lakefront District, they're currently not allowed.
I thought it was just the one next to the lake, but they're not allowed in either.
That's what was said, I'd have to double
I'm
check
not
that.
sure about that. Let's see.
Michael, if you have it digital, you can probably find it faster. PUDs and, oh, that's what I was gonna say too. So under residential uses,
We don't have.
shouldn't we have PUDs listed under
That's what
principal
it was just
business?
looking for. Yeah.
It's not there.
Oh, I guess we
On that
do
table
list-
3-1.
yeah, I know, we do list cottage courts, but,
Right, we don't list PUDs.
well, that's gonna screw up my whole table formatting.
That's why we pay you.
Okay.
We're gonna have to lose one of those footnotes.
Well, aren't we losing a couple of them anyway, or changing them?
So we can go back and find it later, but is there an issue with putting PUDs in the Lakeview or Lakefront District?
Well,
I'd say definitely lakefront.
There isn't really any place in the lakefront. that you
No.
have.
I know, but
So,
that
Except for
doesn't mean
one.
that somebody couldn't buy a few lots and. I don't know. I don't know.
but Lakeview, you should be fine.
Yes.
Okay, so Lakeview. Okay.
sorry, I was just trying to determine where it says in the code what zones PUDs are allowed in.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
We were hoping you could do
AR,
that.
RN, and Lakeview districts, so it is allowed in.
Lakeview is already allowed.
Okay.
Where did you find that?
It's under planned unit development.
Right.
We're allowed, yeah, ARRRN.
Sorry, page 621.
Okay, so it wasn't in Lakeview already.
Yeah, there wasn't Lakeview, yeah.
Good.
Eliminate road length restrictions. We were good with that, right?
I thought you were gonna
Yeah.
talk to the,
I'll talk to Keith and see if there's an issue.
Where is that road length limit?
I think it's in the road section. Allow for hammerheads, but I know that that's not gonna ever happen again, because we've gone through this once. Allow cottage courts in the AR.
no,
think it-
I don't think.
I know, so.
Yeah, no, I agree with that one. Sidewalk requirements, we kind of have,
So where are we going with that?
I think you just limit it to village core and village residential
Yeah.
for now, and then let's do a study and find
What
out.
about cottage, village core and residential village along Route 7? I just know, people, like in our neighborhood,
Right, your neighborhood is one that,
people walk on the road all the time and it's totally fine. I mean, that's, people drive there to go for walks.
so along public roads.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be everywhere in a residential village.
Well, that's what
But
the
if-
study will do, right?
But it'd be nice, yeah, But so I mean, I think people in the residential village, walking on the road is totally fine, cause
Right.
there's not much traffic is slow.
Right.
But I do see a lot of people,
Oh,
kids,
so you're saying on
so.
town or none of these are
just-
public
no,
roads,
just-
right?
Just Route 7.
But are the rest of these private roads or some of them are?
So in the village core, in the village core, it would be all roads.
Right.
In the village core, all roads, in the village residential, only
Routes.
only on routes, on state highways.
Yeah,
Mm,
cause I do see a lot of kids walking on Route 7 to
Right.
go from our neighborhood to like Georgia Market.
Right, but we don't
So
want
it'd be nice
both
to
to
have-
not have to do sidewalks
Right.
and development.
Right, exactly, but I think a sidewalk on Route 7
Yes.
would be great.
That
But I don't
takes-
think it needs to
that
be-
takes Ballard Road out though.
No, cause that's in the South Village.
That's.
A little bit of it on one side is in the South Village, on the
Right.
other side it's not, and down farther it's not, so.
Well, from the church down it is, which is where we want the sidewalk.
True,
right
yeah,
now.
right.
The rest of it, we'd have to, well, the rest of it we would have to do anyways, cause the state garage isn't gonna ever put a sidewalk in, right?
So are we gonna have the, language in there that says if a development happens after the sidewalk is built, then they pay a,
Yes.
whatever she called it, a
Just our
pedestrian.
fee or.
Cause then I figured it'd be back.
Oh, there you go.
Escrow.
Yeah.
Okay, so sidewalks. Village core, all roads.
So you're gonna take it out of all the other sections,
Right,
okay.
Yeah, sorry,
Village
but
res-
we are going for the escrow.
yeah, I can go over this after with you, Michael, I can go over it with you too. I have it written down. Okay. Oh, private road requirements for 3 single-family dwellings or 2 duplexes.
That's what I think it should read, not 4 units, but 3 single family or 2.
Yeah, okay,
And is that legal, that's legal?
that's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine, the problem we have right now is if you were to build 2 duplexes, you would have to have a private
A
road.
road.
Cause it's based on 3 single-family dwellings.
That's why I think I changed the language to say dwelling units and not homes, so it doesn't matter if they're single-family homes or duplexes, it's just more than 3 dwelling units.
Right. Okay. Change acreage from a half acre to a quarter acre in lakefront.
But somebody else wanted them made larger, so.
Just throwing out the one.
No, yeah, I think half acres.
So half acre, leave half acre, so we're not gonna do that one. Lakeview, change acreage from 2 acres to 1 acre.
Again, we're changing, we're lowering it now, let's see what happens before we.
Now.
And we're gonna, yes, we lowered everyone except for the AR1 and. In the natural whatever,
Okay,
and we're allowing PUDs down there now.
Yeah,
So
okay.
I think that's
good.
gonna let them build more.
Table 3.1 at PUDs, we just did that, we just talked about that. Changing the zoning in the NR district,
In the what district?
well, recreational, natural recreational district,
They wanna change lot size?
lower it, yeah.
No.
And just.
Better protect some part of
Yeah.
town. Jeez.
Oh, cheeky messenger. Oh, signs allow for downward lighting on home businesses. That's not a bad one.
I'm totally okay with that,
Okay.
but I think that there needs to be more enforcement with our lighting standards, like right at a town office.
Wait, we're,
Those totally don't, they don't meet the
We're
standard, and
pro-
they just set a really bad precedent.
are you saying we're prohibiting downward lighting in businesses?
No, no, so in home businesses with signage, we don't allow for any lighting, but we should allow for downward lighting.
Oh,
So
home business.
home business, yeah. And define recreational uses. Which I did look up, any property used for the enjoyment and relaxation rather than residential or commercial development. Recreation uses may include walking, hiking, skiing, biking, and recreational vehicles.
Birding and hunting.
I can add birding and hunting.
I think it should not necessarily include motorized vehicles. But Mr. Nature over here was all about birding and hunting tonight. In the wetland.
So do you want me to take out
So
recreational?
do a lot
vehicles?
of birding, nothing?
Birding.
Take out what? Recreation vehicles? I just feel like that's something, you know, if your development decides that they want that, that's one thing, but to just say. Our open land is for recreational use and.
Right, they can put that in their HOA document.
Right,
Don't
but I don't
really
think we
need to have
should
it
list it
right,
in our recreational uses.
Well, I think you can leave it in the recreational uses. An HOA can limit that.
Right.
I mean, we have HOAs in town that say what color you can paint your house.
Can't start your boat motor.
Yeah.
That was the one that
There's some
cracked
crazy-
me up. Can't start your boat motor on your property. I was like, what?
My brother used to do that all the time from midnight. Because the motor was in a salt water. And he wanted to flush it out. So he got home. And he just put that.
Well, one of the people in that development lived next door to him, and so they were gonna live in that.
55-gallon drum.
Um,
And then they was 25 feet away at this time.
Remove ADU at residential requirement. Okay. All right, I think that's it. I think that's all I have.
That's all, no,
We already fixed the parking aisle.
Yeah, that stuff I didn't even go through. That's the stuff we already went through.
Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah.
I have that list to go through.
Okay.
But I think I've got them all. Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna read this again, or are we just gonna call it good when we get all these changes in?
I think we just hand it off.
Yeah, I think,
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they can deal with the public.
Right, cause I mean, really at that point, you're an advisory, they have final say of approval, so. You know.
so then the next meeting will be similar to this, but we'll,
Yeah. And then after that, they could approve it. If
Oh, right,
there's no
after
major
meeting.
changes, they can
Or
approve it,
that's meeting.
so. That would be the hope. We're slow right now. We have a lot of people waiting for this to happen to see what's gonna, if it's gonna impact it, because there are things here that are gonna impact people, so. Yeah, we haven't had a DRB meeting
yeah, right, yeah.
in, so.
So
So
when is
perhaps-
the plan to have this meeting?
I gotta get with Stacy on it, but it's 15 days. We have to warn it 15 days ahead of time, so whenever. Michael and I, if we get together tomorrow and then we make those changes, as soon as I have a new document, I can start getting it warned. So,
Right. I was looking at the select board schedule is obviously 7th, we can't make July, the 21st is their next meeting, so is that really kind of the hard stop we're up against?
no, they're meeting on the 14th or we had it scheduled for the 16th. Is what Stacy and I have been talking about, if we can make it work. But I think if we were to make the 16th, I'd have to have it warned by next third, no. No.
So 15 days.
15 days,
15 total days or business days?
no, 15 days.
Yeah, but you gotta have it warned.
But I
You
gotta
can't warn it on
which means
any
I have
day
to
of the
have
week.
it in the paper the Thursday before the 15 days.
15
Which is
would
the
be July
third.
1st.
No,
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 it would
it'd
be
be before this coming
It'd be
Thursday.
this coming Thursday,
it would be, yeah, in 2
In 2
days,
days.
yeah.
Yeah.
right? So they have to push out, that's why I was waiting on Michael to know what the schedule is.
Yeah,
I mean, we have
probably,
good changes, so.
I'm probably likely not going to be able to get this turned around until early next week.
So then we'll push that out another week on their end.
Yep.
Which they'll probably be happy about, not having 2 back-to-back meetings.
I mean, that's fine, and that was the reason, was to figure out what our schedule was to get the new
Right.
documents, so.
Right. I mean, I can try and get it done soon. I'm leaving Thursday to head down to North Carolina. I'll be down there. I won't be getting back until Monday. So, that's the big, obstacle.
Right. That's fine.
Yeah.
So if we have it, that would mean if I could get it in the paper, I have to have it in the paper on a Thursday in order to get it published.
So there, I bet the paper is changing their date to drop stuff for 4th of July, so the 3rd probably isn't.
I don't even know, do they even print it? I don't know if they even print it. This is just go online, do you know?
I have no idea.
What paper are you using now?
Messenger.
Yeah, they print the messenger.
Only a couple days a week
I don't
now,
read
right?
it, but they do print it.
But I know we have to have it in on a Thursday in order for that.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying the
It might be a
week
Wednesday.
of the 4th, it might be a day earlier.
Right.
That's why I'm just
Yeah.
giving you a heads up.
Yeah,
A lot of papers are doing that.
yeah, so whatever it is, it might be the next week after that if I can't get it in, so.
So our next meeting,
We have a meeting.
planning's next meeting. Not a public hearing for the select board, but our next meeting.
Okay.
But
You wanna take July off?
Huh?
You wanna take July off? You're gonna be at that, whatever the select board meeting is, you're
Yeah.
gonna be at that one, right?
So we have nothing.
I think getting this through is what I need to be working on right now, and then if we have another meeting with, and we might have a meeting with the woman.
Yeah.
I was gonna
over
say,
there,
so you might schedule that.
We might schedule that in, but
Okay.
Which that would be this.
I don't know when, it's gonna be, I'm waiting for her to give me some dates that she can meet, cause she's gonna wanna meet on location.
We have it on the calendar for July 8th.
That's what I thought we had one for the 1st.
Is that canceled or keep the meeting?
We're gonna keep it and see if she can meet that day, maybe. I don't know.
Well, it's not gonna be, she's not gonna meet at night, she's
I
gonna.
was gonna say, she's gonna do it during business hours,
Yeah.
sure.
She wants to come out and look at the area and walk and talk, and
Gotcha.
so. I don't think you need to do an 8th meeting.
Okay.
I
Then
just,
we can cancel that meeting.
yeah, I just want to, but honestly.
And we don't have,
It's
we
always a busy time of year.
don't think we need to read through this again and have any other changes to bring forth,
I do
right?
think we still need to read it.
You're gonna get it,
Yes.
yeah.
Just to make sure the things that we
We
thought,
wanted.
right, and
Right.
you know, mistakes happen.
So
Changes
should
get
we
left
have
out.
another meeting just to meet for an hour if there's any changes, or will we
It's not
not
gonna
have
help
it?
you.
We won't have it.
It's not gonna help you.
We have to go to their meeting and do what they did.
Right,
Oh, so just
even if
individually.
you met on the
Right.
8th,
Okay.
all you're gonna do is delay you're not gonna help the meeting at all,
Okay.
so.
It's not like it's ahead of our meeting.
So we just have to bring whatever we thought got changed to that meeting to let them know it didn't or whatever. Okay.
And I'm gonna highlight in the next version all the changes since this version, so
Oh,
everybody.
perfect.
And basically, I'll have this list that we can put out as well,
Okay.
so. I already have most of it done, but except for what came tonight.
Okay. All right. And don't forget to tell Kevin when the new version's out.
Yeah.
I don't know, he
Yes.
thought. I really hope.
On that note, I signed up for some Town of Georgia like notifications, and when Kevin said that, I realized, I haven't gotten any. And I went on the website to check to make sure that, and it had me signed up for DRB, Select Board, and blah 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 blah. And all I could do was uncheck them, and now the list refreshed, and I can't see them again. No,
I'll check it.
it looks like there's a glitch.
Alright, I'll tell you.
That's Doug's bailiwick, so that puts it for you.
Did you see the new, in the meeting first, right?
Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, thank you
I'll
all.
second.
I will try and get this around as soon as possible.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.